Growing businesses grow.
Zendesk makes customer service software, and it works right out of the box. It is all completely customizable and scalable and connects to the rest of your business. But no matter how you use it,
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to kindly settle down, please, as we're all set to begin the event. A very good morning to all of you, and welcome to the CX Transformation Conclave 2024, brought to you by NICE, co-presented by Salesforce, and powered by Zendesk, in association with Republic TV. Our live webcast partner for this edition is 24 Frames Digital, and in fact, the entire event will be live streamed across YouTube, LinkedIn, and Facebook. So our gratitude goes out to all of them for playing a pivotal role in bringing this industry-centric platform to life. I am Ramya Rao, and it's my pleasure to be your host for this conclave today. Now, today's event will be focusing on the critical X factor that is common across industries. And yes, I am talking about customer experience. We are seeing this across companies of all stripes put this at the heart of their strategies, right from the legacy brands and to new age upstarts looking to upend the apple cart. So, however, creating the seamless customer experience is not without its challenges, and I think all of us here agree to this. So organizations often find themselves grappling with data silos, fragmented customer information, and legacy systems that impede agility and innovation. So today at the CX Transformation Conclave 2024, we will be focused squarely on how these obstacles can be surmounted and even turned into building blocks of success and much more. So with that said, let's get started to our first session of the day. To get the ball rolling with the opening remarks, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite on stage the General Manager of Team Marksmen Network. Could we have a huge round of applause as I invite Shilpesh Patel onto the stage.
Well, thank you, Ramya, for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, a very good morning to all of you, and welcome to the CX Transformation Conclave here in Mumbai. I would like to thank our partners for helping bring this industry initiative to life, and a big thank you to all of you for being here with us today. The key lies in creating an AI that doesn't sit atop our CX strategies, but truly integrates with them. A human-centric AI should enhance our ability to connect with customers, not replace the human touch. It should feed on our data parasites, turning them into actionable intelligence that propels our CX forward. A few companies embody this spirit of change and innovation, and they will be recognized as masters of CX. These organizations have thoughtfully crafted CX that is rooted in purpose, delivering experiences that are supercharged and impactful while being acutely focused on discovering and delivering on critical customer needs. As we navigate this era, let's commit to developing AI solutions that work in harmony with human expertise. Together, we can create a symbiosis that not only survives, but thrives in the challenging terrain of modern business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shilpesh, for setting the context and the tone for the event. And before we move on, I would encourage all of you to regularly chime in with your thoughts and comments on social media. And don't forget to include us as well, using the hashtag TMCX Transformation. I'll repeat that once again. The hashtag for the event is hashtag TMCX Transformation, which is across Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn. So do let us know what's on your mind, and do include us in your comments and thoughts as well. I think when I said chime, I can hear the bells ringing as well. Just the perfect timing. So with that, let's get cracking and dive right straight into our next session, ladies and gentlemen, which is on focusing on mastering the art of AI in customer experience. Now, recent Deloitte research has shown that customer experience leaders largely anticipate AI to make positive impact on the overall experience. Now, leaders also recognize that the massive potential of AI holds to redefine the customer experience for better, but even while wrestling with overwhelming complexity to determine how AI actually fits into their work. So, to lay out the playbook for doing just that, may I call on stage the Managing Director and VP for South Asia and Middle East of NICE. Ladies and gentlemen, could we have a huge round of applause as I invite on stage Mr. Sanjay Gupta. And before he does join us on stage, we have a lovely video coming up. And we'll just take a look at the video and then have him join us on stage.
Your business manages thousands of customer interactions a day. Is outdated technology holding you back from delivering great CX? It's time to break free. Fuel your innovation with the leading CX platform. Find out why CX1 is a recognized leader by over 12 analysts. Comprehensive customer views? We've got you covered. Actionable, data-driven insights? Consider it done. Purpose-built AI for CX? Meet Enlighten. Why settle for less when you can have the best? Like Enlighten Autopilot, always learning from the best, your agents. Enlighten Copilot, which amplifies your agent's skills in real time. And Enlighten Actions, simplifying complex decisions into effortless conversations. So don't just keep up, stay ahead. Think smart, think modern, think nice CX1, where innovation meets execution at scale. CX1, cloud-powered innovation at scale.
All right, Mr. Gupta, over to you.
Hello, can you all hear me? How are you doing today? First of all, this lovely room setting, thank you, Teams Marksmen, for putting this together. There's only one disadvantage, that everyone seems so distant from here that I have to probably make an extra effort, but I'll definitely do that. So, good morning once again. My name is Sanjay, and I'm here to enlighten you on the most excited topic that you probably are hearing almost every single day, is about AI, right? And you're hearing it so much that sometimes I feel that as if life never existed before AI. Why there's so much of buzz about AI and what it can do and so on and so forth. But specifically around customer experience, which is so dear to our hearts, right? We all, before we serve our customers as businesses, we are consumers ourselves of every single service that we consume or a product that you buy, every single moment actually, to be honest. And our own expectations continuously change. So let's see how we are able to navigate this piece. Today's topic really is about talking about how you can improvise your customer experience using AI. Now, you all are masters of customer experience, so I'm not going to teach you what the basics of customer experience are, but more importantly, I'm here to just give you some nuggets on what AI can help you in transforming this journey, which is ever changing and ever, never lasting actually, to be honest, because every single day there are newer competition, newer products, newer expectations, newer consumers. Every single thing is changing. And if you continuously do this, then you are successful. But if you just do it for once and leave it, you will see what happens, right? So let's dive into that. Can I have the slides, please? Okay. This is probably a common sight that you have seen everywhere, which is plethora of channels, confusion around it. There are more and more options for you to interact with the brands that you normally interact with, whether it's an airline, hotel, Swiggy, Zomato, you name it, whatever you're consuming on a daily basis. And they offer you all of these things that you can talk to. But this also creates tons of challenges together because, one, you probably at times have to use more than one channel to be heard. Life would be very, very simple if you contacted them through one channel and you actually got your final resolution. But more importantly, let's look at from the business's side, right? You as a business owner, what kind of challenge this growing expectation and multi-channel and omni-channel creates for you? Because you don't have ability to handle this. And therefore, this is what we call it as interaction inflation. At one end, you have a growing need for consumers who say that I want to be connected, I want to do this, I might do it on my own speed, do it my way, know me, all of that challenges. On the other hand, when you look at your own house and say, hey, I'm sitting with some legacy systems, I'm sitting with some systems that don't support this, I'm tight on my budget, and I'm really, really struggling with this, right? So this is a very, very common phenomenon that we experience, that's happening. And the demand continues, as I said, right? Digital excellence, that demand will continue. And all of us as well, right? I mean, who wants to talk to an agent really? Who has time to really, call and wait in the queue and so on and so forth? Even if they were answering in one ring, sometimes your mobile network doesn't allow you to talk to that agent, right? The call will drop and then you start and all that. Imagine you sitting right now and something urgent comes up. If there was an option to use any digital channel, you would probably just do it while you're doing anything else. So all of that demand definitely is moving up. But what is driving an important piece is the need for a continuum experience. Experience which is not one time. It is a continuous process. And I'll tell you my own example. I flew in from Singapore on Monday, and I always give this example of this airline because I have very high expectations of this airline. Within this closed doors, I can talk about our former national carrier, which is in great hands now, and they're transforming, and I'm really, really expecting that every journey that I take, that airline really does well. So I flew in the morning flight. It was an old aircraft, but very functional, I must say. And what really, really made those 5 hours journey impeccable for me and so delightful was the crew. The supervisor, the crew were really, really good. And end of the day, I was very delighted after a long period of time that, wow, this airline is transforming. And we were discussing, when your new aircrafts are coming, then it will be even more better and so on and so forth. I came up and next day I was in, I think, Chennai. And then I got a feedback form from that airline. And I actually gave through all 10 points and, put the names of all the people, blah, blah, blah. And it was very easy for me to even click a button and the tweet goes out of my account. So I did that as well and got a response. Everyone was very nice, hunky-dory, all good. Yesterday, from Chennai, we went to Bangalore. And from Bangalore to Mumbai, I'm flying in the same airline. On the same airline's ticket, but a code shared piece. And I already called the contact center twice just to ensure that all my privileges of Star Align Gold is there because I was traveling for last 2 weeks carrying a lot of bags, and in domestic, as you know, there's a limit for 15 kgs and hand carry will be 7 kgs, and I'm here with 2 bags, and so I'm going with my allowance. And all the time, whole day, 2 times, I was confirmed, yes, everything will be as per your standard because you bought a ticket from this airline and you're a privileged customer of this airline. So I was very happy. Samir was with me, and at the airport, it was a very nervous moment. Because at the counter, they say, sorry, we don't recognize it. You are overweight. You got to pay 1,500 rupees per kg. You will get middle seat, and you don't get lounge access. And I'm like, listen, I've reconfirmed this. I understand. I've reconfirmed this. So, no, sorry, sir. We are only merging after November 12th. Then you can come and talk to us, but now. Now, look at this. The same airline, I was so delighted 3 days ago. In the next journey, they just dropped the ball. And they were only relating it. The worst part was, they thought I'm demanding because I read the announcement about Air India and Vistara merging, so I'm already demanding the privileges ahead of time. Now that really completely took me off. And I'm like, listen, every time you got to do this, right? So that's where, anyway, short story, but the point I'm trying to make is that for businesses, it has to be every time right. You just can't grant a thing that, okay, I've done it once and then it will all be done. But in order to do that, if you see the challenge at the airline end or the businesses end is immense, right, from systems, processes, and people, and a lot of things. But there is a lot of things which can be solved by artificial intelligence, and AI brings that promise of solving a lot of these things. Whether it is through automation of your routine task, it's through providing personalized experiences, or giving differential service, availability, and all of that. Because what AI really does, and now I always define AI, is that it gives you an ability to do mass personalization. And we'll see how that goes, right? So you can just have to not do it for your privileged customers, but do it for everyone who is really expecting this service from you. But let's address the operational gridlock, and I'm sure you will all resonate with me here. That this is our traditional state today we have, right? More voice-centric conversations. You still have a large volume of your customers still coming through, voice channel, which is single channel engagement. You have probably published your email, probably published your social handle only because marketing team insisted, otherwise you'll get a bad name, but that doesn't flow into customer experience. It is handled by a different team. And all they do is, and tell me if you get a different answer, anytime I've tweeted something wrong about any company, only response I've got is, please DM your phone number and we'll get back to you. That's the only thing they do. There is no real-time resolution, there's nothing. And I have to wait for that phone call, and whenever they can do it, they will do it, whatever that is, right? So that's the piece that we are in today. And of course, our processes are manual. They are disjointed as well. The loyalty team doesn't know what's happening on the other side, or the social team won't know what this customer has done on the call before, and so on and so forth. Low containment, low ROI, lot of cost. Because when you have an irate customer like this, you'll find that there are multiple people really trying to solve the problem, and then you're spending more and yet customer is not happy. But look at the aspirations that we all have, right? As a business, as well as a consumer, is that we want to be more digital, right? So enhance that capability to all the customers, availability, should be more empowered employees who can do informed decisions, real time, so on and so forth. So all of that is the aspiration, and by the way, it's becoming reality now, because it is already a reality for the consumers. So as a business, if you're not making this as a priority to make it a reality, then you will be left behind very, very clearly, right? And this is important to also understand from all the three stakeholders who are there in this whole chain. One is the customer themselves, which you are yourself as a consumer and the brand. And the people who are serving, your frontline staffs, your branch employees, your contact center employees, or your, if it's airline, your front staff, or a hotel, your front office, everyone. And finally, the management, the people who make a decision and who really care about what's happening in my organization, and so on and so forth. All these three people are important, and they need certain things. So for customer, the easiest thing we all can do really is deliver an autonomous self-service. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm not talking about self-service as an IVR or a chatbot, which is, in my personal language, it's not self-service, it's self-destruction, because it only deflects you. It prevents you from talking to an agent and irates you more and more when you do that. But truly, a self-service which is knowledge-driven and fulfilling, so that you don't have to really talk to anyone or go to another channel or reach out to that organization one more time. It's first time right. That is what I'm talking about, a service, which is what customers really want. From an employee perspective, it is really reducing the cognitive load so that they are able to become more efficient. They have all the tools and the help available to solve that complex problem that customer is calling for. Otherwise, they will have to get back, they have to do this work again, consult somebody, and so much of overwork which is happening. And on top of it, the customer is not happy either anyways. And you are always in this chase, which is really not helping much. And then from the management perspective, while you see a lot of things here, I would only say one thing: line of sight to take action. Because all you care about as a manager or as a leader in the organization is, I need to have the right information to make a decision so that I can change it, right? So this is how these, all the key elements of AI which can help touch all the three stakeholders, which is what coming in your whole CX journey. But there are three top challenges we are facing today with the organization. So far good, guys? We're going okay? One, complexity. Every organization is very, very complex. One hand, we have cost element which is going up, whether it's people, infrastructure, real estate, you name it, cost of operations. And the second is we are also having a lot of challenges in terms of our systems, which brings a problem to us. And the third thing in this is doing all that, solving these two pillars will not even guarantee your loyalty of the customer. So you are not even sure whether this is going to help you there. So therefore, AI really, really promises to play a role in defining and defying these three challenges by reducing complexity so that you are able to make a decision much, much faster. You're able to augment your people, their knowledge, arm them with the right information and the tools so they are able to do their job effectively. And loyalty will only improve when you are able to give personalized, super personalized, hyper personalized, humanized, whatever you call it, at scale. And that's the key. That's the biggest differentiation between personalized service to a niche set of customers who will be your platinum customers or HNI customers, depending on the industry you are in, versus doing it at scale. And this is really what AI can do for you, really. Now, AI definitely is a game changer, but it's all not enough alone. There are a lot of things that you require behind the scene. And for a lot of people, AI is just ChatGPT. Sorry, that's not it. There's a lot of things that you need beyond it. And that's where we really created a purpose-built AI engine called Enlighten. And I would request you to pay attention to this word, purpose-built, because this is built for CX. And how it is built for CX? Because it's built on billions of customer interaction data of that vertical, which clearly identifies the preferences, the occurrences, the nuances of that interaction, your sentiments and everything else. And we have the data with us because we've been in this business for 4 decades. And that's how we have created a very precise model. Second piece is secured and compliant. That goes without saying today. Otherwise, your IT management, your security management won't even allow you to touch it. Operationalizing in your CX processes, because ultimately you have to be driven by processes. And then you have to bring these things inside so that you are able to automate things more effectively. And of course, align with your brand strategy and so on and so forth. And this is what Enlighten really does. And you saw some of the examples in the video that played before. So how do you get to that, really? At one end, we have legacy system that you have. At another end, you have this customer challenge. And therefore, what you really need is a CX AI platform which helps you deliver it. And I'm not recommending a forklift upgrade here at all. That, okay, you go and change and, ask for millions of dollars from your CEO and then, change everything tomorrow and life will change. No, it's not happening that way. It's about adding those bits and pieces, but you've got to start somewhere. You start somewhere where at least you get all your interactions in one place. That's the first piece that you need to do, is get your interactions in one place. Voice contact center somewhere else, but rest of the channel somewhere else. Some are even not there. Bring them together, because your customer is coming through multiple channels. They are also switching the channel in between in a single interaction, a single query. How do you get to that? Is only by bringing that together and do the intelligent routing on top of it. Bringing all the CX capability together, which measures this, which provides all the intelligence. So for example, I talked about fulfilling self-service. I talked about interaction intelligence, which is analytics in terms of understanding what's really going on that customer interaction. I talked about employees. I talked about feedback. All of that put together needs to come in so that it is helping you derive that insight when you are doing that real moment of truth service for the customer. And then, of course, AI, which is purpose-built for CX. And why I'm saying so is, today most AI engines that are available in the market, they are trained on pure internet, which is good for a consumer. I mean, if I want to write something, do something, and I'm sure all of you read about the latest O1 Mini. It promises to even think like human beings. It's solving complex problems. It's solving Olympiad problems already. And I was talking to somebody who said they're going to challenge IIT paper as well now to O1 Mini and see if it can solve. I also heard that it also cracked the CAPTCHA problem. So so this is how OpenAI and other companies are bringing all this. But that's all in the space for consumers. What about CX? If you train your bots, if you train anything on open internet, you will not get accurate results because they don't know the information about your business. I'm very sure you all heard about hallucinations which happened with a lot of garbage which happened in the media of companies like Air Canada and others, wherein a bot promised something which was not in the company policy and there's millions of dollars of penalty which is going on to the organization and so on and so forth. All that is happening because the information is coming from free sources. And you as a company can change your product information anytime. You can change your policies anytime. Who gives all that information? That has to be in your knowledge. It has to be in your LLM. So anything that you do has to be purpose-built for it. If you just apply generic stuff, you're not going to cut it. And it will actually do more damage to you. And this is how the full convergence, this is a little detailed slide, but I'm not going to go into this. I'm sure you can read this. But the whole basic piece is the rich CX data. That is where the whole thing starts. That where you get all your customer data in one place, which has every single information about customer intents, so that you are able to preempt the intents. It's not about what customer is stating or doing in your channels. It's about how do you prevent this and then solve this proactively, right? And therefore, you have several things that it can help this. The second piece, of course, is getting the insights around that, right? Whether it's behavioral, descriptive, predictive, optimizing, all of that comes in. And then finally, the action on it. So how do you really then solve by whether it's experience management, digital automation, orchestrating the journey because customer might be coming through different pieces, and then how do you really culminate and finally make a sale or finally convert that into a delightful experience for customers. So this is how the full journey really looks like. I'm going a little faster, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, because the ticker is really bothering me, but if there's something which is not understood, please let me know. And we also have now introduced industry's only CX aware AI offering, which we call as Empower, and I'll tell you in a minute what it does. It basically takes care of three harmonies here. One, awareness, automation, and then augmentation, which is what covers all the three stakeholders that I talked about as well. And how does it do it? It basically does through, first of all, 360-degree customer insights, which is all about individual memory, what customer did before, what customer is likely to do, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, memory graph and a skill sets change between automatic bot versus human being, all together, working in tandem, which is we call it as orchestration, and then, of course, conversational sync between all the channels there. And what the outcome really comes is, you can predict the intents, preferences, of course, anticipate needs, because if you really want to delight someone, you need to anticipate the needs. Not just for your kids when they come and ask you for allowance or your wife asks for something, but more importantly for customers too. And then, of course, contextualize that interaction, optimize journey, and proactively engage. The whole game really is about being proactive. If you're ahead of that, then you're able to delight your customer, otherwise not, because somebody else is already working towards doing it anyway. And if you go back to my example and my thing before, that you have to do it every time. It's not good enough once. Long the days, when you can just pick any service, a competitive service, and just change everything. All right. Some of the use cases, this is a question that is asked most often by many people. Where do I start? What are the low-hanging fruits that I have in AI? Because it's so vast, it's just beginning. We're hearing about it every single day, but what do I do? Where do I start? Like, these are some of the use cases that you can actually start from beginning. And the value it will create, incremental value that you see, and then these are the AI capabilities that it will give you. So this is a very good informative piece, and this is what we call it as a simple blueprint for our customers, that this is how you start. Because everyone wants to start. By the way, this is not just you. This is a CEO agenda every single day. All CEOs are sitting with budgets and saying, I want to spend money on AI. I want to be AI enabled. I want to do something in AI for my organization. But where do you start? But at least in CX, we have that formula that you can start somewhere here. Okay? And those who have done it, by the way, AI is relatively new. I mean, last year, I think same time, in another place, in the same event, I was talking about AI when it was very new. We were not even sure of some use cases, and we talked about some potential use cases. But I can tell you, fast forward 12 months, we already have some of these deployed in some of our customers, and they've already seen the benefits. And I'll talk about those, but in general, if I have to say, these are some of the important points that customers have already achieved around the world, which is all about reduction in AHT, increased containment, greater NPS, because ultimately that's the final goal you want to really go to, right? That NPS defines whether the customer is going to come back to you or not and be with you or not. And we are doing this completely at scale. So few examples, for instance, we work with Asia's leading super app, which is available in practically more than 8 to 10 countries. They not just have deliveries, mobility, but they also have financial services and so on and so forth, and I keep adding. they've hugely benefited with this. Marriott Resorts globally, they're able to delight their customers using some of these AI-based solutions there. And of course, some life insurance. These are all local APAC examples that I'm giving you, not global examples where we have seen these deployments and benefits. Specifically on high-end AI, things like Knowledge, Copilot, Autopilot, all that. And I didn't talk about all of those products today, ladies and gentlemen, because you probably have heard them. But I do have my colleagues in the booth at the back. During the break, if you have any time, please do visit, and they'll be happy to show some of these things. This is an example of Carnival UK, which is a company which runs luxury cruise, and a lot of other things. And they've been able to get some fantastic results within no time, within less than a year, but deploying some of these high-end AI capabilities in their customer experience. Another example is Sony. Again, a well-known brand. As you know, Sony is known for its quality, but Sony also is now upping their game in terms of CX, and they have got some big wins around 16% process containment improvement and 40% potential that they saw, which reduced their cost and so on and so forth. Okay. So with the right AI partner, it definitely is possible to improve and reach the new levels of productivity, which is what we all want, right? Because our costs are going up. Remember the first slide? Costs are going up, demands are high, volumes are up, so our productivity needs to be up. Second, newer business models, right? They are emerging, not just in CX, but even otherwise in your business. So how do you tackle them? New customer experiences. How do you match aspirations versus the real experience, the demand that you are able to fulfill to your customers, and so on and so forth. And of course, keep your employees motivated and skilled, because otherwise they will go away or they will become expensive, which again will defeat the whole purpose to you. And then of course, new technology strategy, which can deliver this whole thing for you. All right, lastly, as you know, NICE has this flagship platform called CX1, which is what you saw all this today. We now have extended ourselves to a new reach, a new height there, with over 1 million agents that we empower, and over 260 plus partners delivering this service. So we'll be happy to talk to you if you want to know anything, and please do visit my colleagues on the booth here. And that's all that I have for this morning. Hope it was useful. Thank you very much. Happy to talk to you more specifically if you need something, and wish you good luck in your AI journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay. May I request you to remain on stage, please? We have a lovely token of appreciation for you. Thank you. May I request Mr. Sharad Gupta, the co-founder of Team Marksmen Network, to please come on stage and present Mr. Sanjay with a special speaker certificate, please. And a huge round of applause once again for both the gentlemen on the stage. And in fact, we've had fantastic insights right at the start of the conclave, and that continues even as the conclave continues for the rest of the day as well. Thank you so much once again. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure now you're going to see the stage get a fantastic makeover, because we are all set for our first panel discussion of the day. And before we move forward with the discussion, may I ask you to just start imagining something, which is, now imagine a world where every interaction with the customer, whether through a website, social media, in-store or via mobile app, is seamlessly interwoven to create a cohesive narrative. I know it sounds too good to be true, but it is a fact. It is a reality indeed. And it is at the realm of omnichannel customer experience. Now, this strategy transcends traditional boundaries and offers unified brand experience to customers irrespective of the channel or the device they choose. Now, in fact, with 71% of the shoppers using smartphones for in-store research, highlighting the growing importance of integrated digital and physical experiences, businesses must evolve to meet these changing expectations. So to better understand how businesses can adapt and thrive in this new era, where every touch point is an opportunity to enchant and retain all the customers, we have a slew of our industry experts who will be joining us in a few minutes from now for our first ever panel discussion at the conclave. But before which, may I also request you all to continue with all those conversations and thoughts online using the hashtag TMCX Transformation. That's the hashtag for the conclave today, ladies and gentlemen. So please do continue using those hashtags, be it on Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter to continue that conversation. And we look forward to hearing all of your thoughts online as well. So yes, if you also want to know something more, it's actually true that the omni-channel customer experience is not just a trend, and I'm sure all of us sitting here agree to it thoroughly. It's in fact a fundamental shift in customer engagement, in fact with statistics showing an impressive 89% customer retention rate for businesses employing robust omni-channel strategies. I remember quite, I think, but many years back, the word omni-channel was just still a trend. And today, here we are at the cusp where it is not a trend anymore. It is a fact, it is a reality, and it's the need of the businesses, especially for the new age startups as well, where we see them employed in omni-channel presence, ensuring that they have that every touch point and every customer experience to the T. And that's what our conversation will be in our first ever panel discussion at the CX Transformation Conclave 2024, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, as we can see, the stage is getting all set for our first ever panel discussion, and that's a transformation and the makeover, rather, that the stage also needs as we go ahead and invite our fantastic industry experts joining us on stage for the next few minutes who are going to share their thoughts and insights. Please feel free to share your thoughts as well online, be it on Instagram, on Twitter, and LinkedIn, and we would love to see that conversation both ways. That's here at the conclave and online from the industry experts and from all our delegates joining us today at the conclave. We also take this opportunity to thank all our partners once again who have, whose support has been pivotal in ensuring that this conclave has come to life. So thank you so much to all of our partners today, ladies and gentlemen. I would also be requesting all our speakers joining us for the conclave today to please take their seats according to the photographs that will be coming up on the screen. So please ensure that you're seated right in front of the photograph that's on the screen as well. That just makes it easier for us, and I think beautiful for our photographs that are going to come up as well. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and invite all our speakers first onto the stage, ladies and gentlemen. I would request all of you to have a huge round of applause as we invite all of them on stage, starting with the Head of Digital Transformation for Crompton Greaves Consumer Electricals Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Mr. Akhil Duggal. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would also like to invite on stage the Senior CX Portfolio Consultant for NICE. We have Abhishek Basu. We also have the Director for Solution Engineering from Salesforce. We have Aditya Dhingra. Joining them on stage, we have the Head of Omnichannel and Digital Transformation from Sanofi. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Gayatri Prabhu. All right, yeah, let's have that applause rolling. I'm sure that the coffee and tea at Sahara Star has done the needful for the morning. We also have with us the President of Digital Banking of Yes Bank. We have Keshav Rao Evani. We also have the Global Head of Customer Experience from Tech Mahindra. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Mr. Nikhil Pereira. And to moderate this session, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us the partner of Deloitte India, Vivek Cruz. May I request a huge round of applause once more, ladies and gentlemen, as we have all of them all set for our first ever panel discussion at the conclave. Yes, Vivek, over to you.
Yeah, thanks. So good morning, all. It's good to start off with the first session today, and I think the presenter has already given a lot of context in terms of mastering CX in omni-channel. As she correctly highlighted, I think when this entire concept of omni-channels was there, it was just a buzzword, right? But today, when we look at omni-channel, it's really become a part of the entire strategy that companies drive, right? And when we at Deloitte work with companies to say that how is it that you look at customer experience from an omni-channel perspective, right? Because it's such a vast area, there are so many platforms and so many pillars to it. How is it that you can actually go about implementing it from a practical perspective? And we have a framework that we really use with companies, right? And I'm going to use that framework today to try and drive the discussion with the panel members today to get their insights of how they sort of address this experience in omni-channel. So the framework is around 5 key areas when looking at your customer. First, critical area is know me. Second, hear me. Third, engage with me. Fourth, delight me. And the fifth one is empower me. Right? As long as we're trying to build our CX around these 5 frameworks, we see companies being able to move much more from a pure play, pocket or POC to an actual, sustainable strategy. Right, and so I'll start with you, Akhil. I think, in terms of Crompton Greaves, right, where the product itself has typically been an offline method of buying, right? And now with this entire omni-channel, online emerging to create awareness, to drive purchase and all, how are you addressing the, the first area of knowing your customer, what is it they want, and thereby driving experience through this channel?
Am I audible to everyone? Cool. So thank you, everyone, and it's an important question and very important one for the company also, right, that you have asked. So yes, you are right that Crompton has traditionally been an offline brand. It is very recently that we have entered into an omni-channel. D2C is something that we are yet to explore. Within the right timelines, we will enter there also. But right now, predominantly, it is offline and marketplace, right? And to be very frank, for a traditional company in India, it is not easy to enter into an omni-channel and get that seamless experience delivered, especially when premiumization is one of the important themes going on or being played around. How we are doing is something, just to share a few thoughts on that. First and foremost is, now it is a very common pattern in the buying journey of any product, especially consumer durables, that the first thing that a customer do is go and check the online rating. Earlier, there was some iota of fear that when I am in an offline store, I will not do it in front of the retailer. But now I have crossed that fear also. And in front of him only, I check the rating by the time he's suggesting any model or any SKU, right? And that's the first make or a break deal kind of stuff. And it becomes all the more important with the price of the product, right? So for example, if it is a 2,000 rupee fan, I may not give much heed about it. But if it is a 10,000 rupee fan, a very good rating, AI-generated snippet of the Amazon, what customers are saying, becomes all the more important, right? And that is what we are trying to solve for us predominantly, that a customer going online, searching of the product or starting the journey from there, vis-a-vis somebody going offline, how can he feel that whatever he knows about the brand, whatever he knows about the product is consistent, right? And that's one area that we are trying to solve for, is having a consistent, good online rating, especially for the premium products, right? Where the buying journey is more complex and customer wants that surety that I am buying the right product. So that is one area that really we are working on. Second, in offline also, unlike earlier times where it was predominantly driven by the retailer and the shop boy, the first face of the brand rather. Now customers are making up their mind while going into the shop what brand or what SKU they want. And from there they are seeing how convincingly the retailer or the shop boy is able to push for that product. Is he able to bring my mind share by naming or by calling out the top 3-4 key differentiating points of that particular SKU? If yes, the conviction increases. Because at the back of the mind, wo kahin na kahin, he is thinking that Amazon mein all these 3 points were mentioned. Is it coming out clearly or not? If Amazon is saying that my product is 4.5 rated, and retailer is saying, no, don't buy this brand, it's over, right? So we are cautiously spending time and effort on ensuring that all the key products are rightly available at the retailer, as well as the retailer and their shop boys are trained enough for the product to sell, right? So that consistency is there and customer doesn't feel that this brand is doing something else online and offline something else is happening. Right? So these are some of the things that that as a starting point we're trying to solve for, to give a consistent experience in marketplace as well as offline. And once we are able to solve this, definitely we'll replicate the same on the D2C aspect as well. So these are some of the things I hope you guys were able to resonate.
I think that's some very interesting this, and I'm going to take some of the pointers that you mentioned, like consistency, right, across offline, online, D2C, and all. And Keshav, I'll come to you now, because one other big area that is there along with consistency is how do you engage, right? Because consistency is my starting point of engagement, but then how do I engage to personalization, right? And we have seen that personalization, if done well, can lead to at least a 10 to 15% uptake in revenue, and more so a very big impact on brand loyalty, right? Now in Yes Bank, with so many channels, so many methods of communicating, people can reach you real time and all. How is it that you are engaging with them by using the personalization tool? And just to also add a little flavor, because you are in such a sector which is under, constant regulation, how are you managing that personalization with privacy as well, right? So how are you doing that when driving omni-channel CX?
Okay. For us, the first, and I think the central piece is the customer centricity. You try to engage with as much, what we do is we try to build everything around the customer centricity, where we try to get as much data from the customer as possible, the insights from the customer. Then we do a segmentation of the customer, where we know whether he's a youth customer or a salaried or a working class, or then we look at whether he's a retired or what their needs are. And we build personas around that. Once we have personas, what we do is we try to create a matrix of channels, what channels they may use. And based on those channels, whether it be mobile, whether it be your internet banking or WhatsApp or your chatbots, we get to the insights of how those can be leveraged at the next level. The third point, what we also do is data, accumulation and utilization. Previously, we were more focused on RPAs, or I would say business rule engines to drive that. Now we are slowly shifting the pivot towards AI and ML, where it is more predictive and more analytical, and it is being driven proactively to the customer. The fourth element that we also layer that we look at is unified customer data platforms, where we gather all the data at a central point and try to get an omni-channel consistency. Once we have the data in one place, then it is a matter of creating a small programmable layer to creating tailored financial services for each personas, for each customer. Then we also look at analytics, predictive analytics for each of these customers, or we look at fundamental aspects of how you can give a push notifications to the customer when they are in need. Once we have all of these ready, then we look at how the customer journey is to be created. That is where the whole personalization piece comes into the picture, where all the data, the insights, and the programmability that we have created at the bottom layer translates into a customer journey for the customer. And that customer journey is segmented into each of the channels, whether a person is using a mobile, whether internet. It has to be omni-channel consistency has to be maintained. Now, fundamentally, what will happen is it's a feedback loop. You can't create something and just leave it on with the customer. The customer feedback is also important, so we try to translate that and improve on the personalization aspects as we go. Engulfing all of this is the last and the major piece, which what we are enforced with is through the regulators on the compliance and data privacy piece. Now with DPDPA, the Data Protection Act coming into the picture, we are being more cautious. We are taking consents from the customer about sharing the data, whether it be on the account aggregator piece, or whether it be sharing the data with our partners on the banking front, with the fintech players in the front, on the banking front. We are very much cautious on the regulatory framework of what we want to do. And that is also done through a very calculative approach, where we do not step out of the boundaries of what RBI or the regulators have told us, but instead what we try to do is create a value chain of trust with the customer, stating your data is safe, and we will be utilizing it for your own benefit. And that, I think, is the culmination of personalization, which is currently in our industry, as I can say.
So Keshav, you touched upon personalization through data, data models, and then once you understand who the customer is, building the journeys, and obviously layering it with privacy and giving that comfort that that data is not going out, right? So Gayatri, I come to you because you are dealing in the B2B space, right? In terms of how you are sort of approaching your customers, because B2B tends to be more, I mean, in some form, a little bit more organized, much more larger, sometime a little bit more open to things, sometimes not very open or very traditional in their ways of working. So how is it that you are employing, or what strategies you are employing in terms of hearing and engaging the customer in your CX journey?
Great question. So just to give you a brief background, I have been with BFSI for a long period of my time, managing B2C, right? And last 2 years of my journey has been with a pharma company where it is more B2B. So it was a lovely transition from B2C to B2B. And so what now I'm going to tell you is from my experience in this B2B business. So omni-channel per se continues to remain the same, where the whole agenda is how do you understand the customer journey, how do you make it seamless, how do you integrate your data points. So that I feel is common, is same, right? But then there is some element which changes when you talk B2C and B2B. So a couple of things that I observed was, the decision-making pattern. Like in an B2C, you normally see that it is, say, instantly based on your lifestyle, based on, say, an emotional requirement, and at times price point, discounts, things really make a difference there. In B2B, it is slightly different because here the decision-making could actually happen in terms of, does it help me scale up? What's the ROI, the decision-making matrix, authority? So you have to factor all these things while you're planning your omni-channel. The other thing that I observed was in omni-channel, say if it's a customer, if it's a B2C, how would you connect? So interesting things like, say, for example, a Lenskart, or Nike, or a Chroma, what they would do is, be present in e-commerce sites, have their websites, mobile apps, right? But if you look at the same thing from a B2B perspective, it just changes immediately. It becomes more of a specialized technical person going and talking. It could be a video conferencing, it could be a webinar, a trade show, an industry platform. So much so that even your websites or your social media changes. Where a B2C would look at, say, a Facebook or an Insta, B2B looks at LinkedIn. So how many of you would have received LinkedIn posts, right? Talking about people selling about their products. So a lot of these things changes. And as a marketer, I think what you also need to look and consider is, what is your content strategy? Because when you talk to B2B, the content requirement changes drastically. Because like, say, a B2C, you would talk in terms of, immediate gratification, transaction-oriented. But same thing when you talk B2B, you have to think that because your life cycle is long, your decision-making journey is long, you have to now plan your content that way. One, talk about your company, because they need to be sure you're credible enough. Talk about your product. Talk about case studies. Talk about how it's helped you scale up, efficiency, agile. So your content, your branding, everything changes when you talk about B2B. So when you factor these things, factor these elements when you think B2C versus B2B. I mean, these are some of my learnings. Actually, I can go on, but a couple of them is this. Maybe rest we'll take as we go on.
Thanks, Gayatri. I think the way you explained very clearly, right, between B2B and B2C, there's a lot of learnings in terms of while they are so similar, but yet so different, right? So I think that's very interesting. moving further in terms of trying to understand how we engage, how we sort of hear them. Aditya, coming to you, where Salesforce, keeps on talking a lot about applying digital AI. We also heard our first session about AI and CX. A lot of studies show that about more than 50% of people are very comfortable with AI. But finally, the question is like, boss, koi to hona chahiye baat karne ke liye, right? So how is it that you at Salesforce, when you talk to, different clients, how are you balancing and positioning this entire digital human experience, and how is that playing a role in this omni-channel CX?
Okay. Thanks a lot, Vivek. I think it's an absolutely crucial consideration to make, especially given the rise of AI solutions. And as Sanjay also mentioned, in the last 1 year, predictive AI has always been there, but with generative AI, we have new solutions launching every week. So it's critical for brands to maintain that balance between digital tools powered by AI and human touch. Ultimately, we are selling to humans. Until we sell to humans, we need that human touch. So what is important for brands, and this is how we engage with our customers, is to first map their customer journey for the type of customers they are catering to, for the type of products they are catering, be it a marketing outreach or a cross-sell, upsell opportunity, or even a customer support opportunity. What are the channels that the consumers are coming in? What are their preferred channels? Different age segments have different preferred channels. And once you've mapped your journeys is where you need to identify what is a good digital touch point and what is a touch point where you need human interaction, absolutely. So some of the low-hanging fruits for digital touch points are efficiency. Repetitive, simpler tasks can be handed off to a bot. Sanjay also mentioned, I absolutely agree, your human agents should be focused on delivering complex tasks, tasks that need maybe sensitivity, tasks that need more cognitive ability, and maybe a human touch, or even just showing that sympathy. Right? If I am late for my flight or I've missed my flight, I don't want to interact with a bot. I want an agent to tell me what can be done. Can I get a refund, or when can you put me on to the next flight? So absolutely critical. Not just efficiency perspective, you can also improve customer experience by engaging with digital channels, digital tools. For example, you want to reduce the wait time. Instead of having a customer to listen to nice, however it may be, music, you can have the customer be entertained or engaged by a bot, voice bot or a digital bot, because the customer's problem solving begins when the bot steps in. However, all of this cannot be at the cost of personalization. If I'm using a digital tool, customers expect personalization. It cannot be a generic response. However, simple steps like maybe addressing me by my name, maybe acknowledging the past interactions I've had, that is personalization. And products like Data Cloud, or Service Cloud, CRMs who are powered by data, which is not just structured data of your CRM, but even unstructured data lying in any other system. These products allow you to create a single profile of your customer, which can then be used in the flow of work. So when I'm talking to a bot, I am not getting irritated that I'm getting a generic response from a computer. I may know it's a bot, but the bot is talking to me as a person. Secondly, the other thing to keep in mind is a seamless blend between a digital touch point and a human touch point. Bots, whether they are menu-driven or NLP, or even our latest innovation like the service agent, no matter how intelligent they are, cannot solve all problems. So you need humans to ultimately come in and solve the problem. And that transition should be seamless, both for your customers, which is as simple as not having to repeat themselves, which is as simple as not having to wait for too long while their chat gets transferred to an agent, but also not having to change the channel. And similarly, it should be seamless for the human who now comes into the foray. The human should not have to ask the customer to repeat themselves. The human should be up to speed within seconds, and that's enabled by technology. Conversation summaries. Within seconds, as the chat window opens up on a human agent's console, he or she is aware of what is it that the customer has interacted with the bot. What are the steps that the customer has taken to resolve the problem? And then they can literally pick up where the bot left off. There is also important, as I touched upon, there are some sensitive touch points which you should ensure a human is always available for. Again, going back to something that Sanjay said in the morning, some half an hour back, there are some issues for which I don't want somebody to call me back. I want somebody right now. So again, in your mapped customer journey, if it's identified what are the interactions for which I need to have a human available as soon as the intent of customer reaching out to us is identified, that will ensure that you have a seamless experience for your consumers. Now, irrespective of how good your technology is, human oversight is absolutely necessary. As I said, right, all these technologies, no matter how powerful they are only there to augment humans, not to replace them. So even when a technology has completely deflected, solved the problem, there should be analysis done to see how the conversation went. Was the quality of the conversation up to the standards we as a brand want to adhere to, want to live up to? If not, what are the corrections we can make? Now, this analysis need not just be post facto. We have products like sentiment analysis, which can be done on the go, whether it is a voice conversation or a bot conversation. Sentiment is measured every 5 seconds, and as the sentiment dips, you could take a corrective call, and that corrective call could be bringing a human into the mix, who can, using human cognitive ability and sympathy or sensitivity, as simple as that, maybe improve the customer sentiment. So all of this, I think, is absolutely crucial for striking that right balance. And one of the most important things and simple is to be transparent with the customer. The customer should be aware when they are talking to a digital bot on a chat bot and when they're talking to a human. The aim of a bot is not to mimic a human, is to assist a human. So that transparency helps set the right expectations, right? And ultimately delivers a better experience. Lastly, and most importantly, feedback. Customers' expectations are changing every day. And even if we've fine-tuned the right balance between digital and human touch points, unless we keep listening to our customers through feedback, we will not be able to change that balance as and when customers' priorities change. A different segment may have a different expectation from my brand. So I need to tweak that balance on a constant iterative basis. And just in a sense, maybe a thoughtful identification of technology and rightly skilled agents, as Akhil also mentioned. Without the humans who are rightly trained, no matter how good I do on platform and technology, the customer experience will not be good. So the blend of good technology and rightly skilled agents is the recipe to have this perfect balance for a good customer experience.
That's really interesting, Akhil. So, Nikhil, I'll come to you. So, we obviously heard about consistency. We heard about personalization. We heard about B2B versus B2C. We heard about balance of technology with agents. And to be honest, our panelist makes it sound so easy when we have to get into the omni-channel CX, right? But companies really face a lot of challenges while trying to implement. And those challenges create more friction, burnout in the entire process, both from a customer as well as from a company perspective, right? Based on your vast experience, what are some of the challenges that you've seen? And how is it that companies can actually address them so that, some of these interesting insights that have been shared can actually deliver the results that they're trying to achieve?
So thanks for the question, Yvette, right? Throughout the day, we're going to hear CX, 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 and you're going to be bombarded with CX and AI, I think, 1 million times throughout the day. But I want to start off my response, and I want to leave you all with a very important quote as a CX practitioner myself, right? An American poet and civil rights activist, Maya Angelou. People will forget what you did. People will forget what you said. But people will never forget how you made them feel. And I hold that quote very, very close to my heart because I think the problem that most organizations have today, right? I mean, customer experience, customer demands are changing every single day. And how do you ensure that you're meeting them on the channel of choice? Omni-channel is the buzzword, right? I think, Sanjay mentioned, you're going to have a phone number, you're going to have an email address, you're going to have your Twitter handle. That's fine. That's your entry point. But do you have the right support mechanism to respond to customers, right? Sanjay mentioned, we all seen that, DM your details. And that's basically you're just waiting for them to get back to you, right? It's very, very important that organizations build their omni-channel strategy not back to front, but front to back, and I'll explain that to you. When organizations get onto omni-channel blueprinting, for lack of better words, right? They go back and say, we will help, or we will let our customers phone us, email us, web forms, Twitter, whatever that may be. But that's far from the right approach to CX. It should be front to back. Brands need to look at, how would my customer reach out to me, right? How would my customer like to be interacted with? And as Vivek mentioned, right, customer friction and customer burnout, right? Customer burnout, okay, and I'm talking about customer burnout and not contact center agent burnout, and I'll come to that. I think the most important channel strategy, which is growing today, is asynchronous and voice user interfaces, and I'll talk to you a bit more on that. Asynchronous is nothing but your messaging apps, right? WhatsApp. I mean, I could be chatting with Keshav on, his traffic on the way to the event, but why not interact with, Crompton Greaves on WhatsApp on that very same interaction, right? So no longer do people, and I think we all resonate the same experience, and no one really wants to pick up the phone. No one wants to speak to an agent, explain all of that to it, right? With the power of generative AI and knowing your customer, as Aditya mentioned, right? How do you seek that goldmine of information to provide hyper-personalized experience, right? And that's what brands need to do, because when you develop your omni-channel strategy, one of the most important bit is cost to serve. Like it or not, generative AI, that's all good, but cost to serve is very, very important. And how do you drive that? By eliminating customer friction, right? I think we've all dialed a number only to get into an endless loop that you cannot speak to a live agent, right? Put in your card number, put in your policy number, and so on and so forth, and you really get frustrated. I think if you can interact on async channels, and when I talk about async channels, I could have been interacting with my bank on the way to this event. I've here all day, and on my way back, I can pick up seamlessly that same engagement, right? So it could be that they need proof of address, where I probably need to give them my Aadhaar card or wherever that may be. How do you go ahead and ensure that I don't start off all over again, right? And the next one that I mentioned was voice user interfaces. I like to call it always on. I think always on is the future of customer experience. And you probably quote me, hopefully a couple of years from now, but I think we all interact with voice assistants. And voice assistants, example, an Amazon Echo device, or a Google Home, or an Apple Pod, right? If you look at the evolution of customer experience, right? Back in the day, you'd go to a brand's website. Then it evolved into chatting with the brand. Then it evolved into social media on the brand. I was talking about async messaging, but just imagine if you say, hey Alexa, what's the status of my shipment? Which I think all of us as Amazon users do see that. And that's where, organizations are going to take it forward, right? Is what's the status of my flight? And it, boom, gives you options saying that, unfortunately your flight is rescheduled. You have option 1, flight at 10 a.m., option 2, 12 a.m., and so on and so forth, right? So that's the kind of future, and I think, partners like NICE, Salesforce, Zendesk are triangulating that data. And as I think, Akhil mentioned, how well you enable an end agent or end human, right? Aditya mentioned, I like that concept as well, is flipping the service pyramid, where you have a live agent that's supporting on a very, very complex or a highly irate or a potential viral customer. I think that's the future, right? So I see 19 minutes on the clock. Vivek, I can talk for another 91 minutes, but I'll hand it back to you.
Thanks, Nikhil. I think, Abhishek, I'll come to you because where we all spoke about the different strategies, right? I think Nikhil mentioned about, the consistency, always on. We spoke about consistency, personalization and all. Very often companies embark on the journey. They, sort of make those necessary investments. They define their strategies and all, but don't necessarily see the required returns in terms of what they're doing, right? So based on your experience, right, how is it that companies can put in, regular checkpoints to make sure that they are on the right track? And what are some of the frameworks that they could use or KPIs that they could use to measure that are they actually seeing the benefits that they envisaged at the beginning of this entire journey?
Sure. So
That's a great question, actually, and that's an actual problem that we are solving with our customers at NICE. What has happened is, obviously, omni-channel strategy, AI has been there. Like, these are the buzzwords, and people always wanted to be ahead of the curve, right? Try, experiment, failed. Then, with those failures came a lot of learning. People got cautious that, hey, we tried, we failed, but now we are cautious, we know what to do, what not to do. And the strategy changed around, okay, if I have to do something on AI, what is it? In terms of customer experience, they started building self-service bots, right? And then there were like exercise being done in terms of workshops, asking your contact center team, your CRM team, your marketing team, hey, what data do you have? What are the use case do we go ahead and build on those bots? It was more in terms of, I would say, whims, or mostly like, hey, we have seen this happening multiple times, right? And then there's an Excel sheet, there are reports coming up, use filters come up, and then use cases or intents were built, and then bot was created. Again, what happened with that was, those are low-hanging fruits. Customers, yes, they have realized once. I'll give you my example. Now I know if I have to call up Airtel that I'm facing an internet problem, I simply know that I don't need to listen to anything. I just press 9, right, and land to an agent, right? Now they have changed it to a second level. That first you have to select the English language or whatever language, then you have to select postpaid or prepaid, and then press 9. Again, it's the first one-time experience. After that, I know it's 119. That's it. I don't have to listen. I will always land to an agent. So what has happened with that is, all the self-service that you have built is not being used. Humans, typically, I would say, I have worked with global customers and all this, but Indians, specifically this region, has that mentality of workaround, the jugaad mentality, right? Yeah, kaam chahiye, I know how to get it done. There's a bot, very well, amazing. I'm not even interacting with it, right? So I don't have a feedback about it. That's where now strategy has changed. Right? Okay, let me predict. This was what is happening, right? Let me predict. Now if Abhishek is calling, right, instead of playing that generic prompt, welcome to Airtel, what if we go ahead and say that, is it a network related issue, right? Because I have been seeing that, okay, you were searching on your mobile app, right? How do I solve this? Internet not working. The data already resides with the enterprises. Use the data and then predict when the customer is reaching out to you. That's the strategy now it's happening. And again, like it was mentioned, how is it being done? It's because of a unified layer. That's where layer, knowledge, and tech. Typically, these solutions, or I would say these offerings, were mostly outsourced by enterprises, right? Handle it. Now what is happening is, maybe workforce can be outsourced, but enterprises want to own the tech. Because tech gives you the power to strategize, to build your strategy around CX. If you don't own the tech, the only thing is everything is on paper, on a PPT. That's it. How do you execute it? That's one bit of it. The other one is, obviously, we have seen enterprises, businesses focus a lot on the consumer experience from the end consumer perspective. But now it is changing into, how do I use AI to empower my agents, right? Because like there was a mention about agent burnout. When I start my day, I'm all happy, very nice, but as soon as the day progresses, there's a burnout. I'm handling multiple chats, emails, calls. Now at the end of the day, when a critical customer comes in, right, I am already exhausted. I don't know what the hell to do. I might just go ahead and say that, okay, sir, point noted, no notes done, case, whatever was created, there is no information. That's it. Now the customer is saying that, okay, thank God, I have a confirmation like Sanjay said. He called up twice, he got a confirmation. From Sanjay's perspective, hey, I have got the confirmation, I'm happy. But the end experience was what? He just had a conversation, he had a simple, blatant answer that, yes, sir, you will get all the benefits. But in the end, nothing was there because it was a miss. And you cannot blame an agent. That's where AI comes in and augments, right? That's the strategy that is being implemented, and we have seen these lot of success stories that a simple thing like an auto summarization, whatever happened, whatever the actions were taken, what were the promises made, if it is captured, I don't have to rely on an agent to make all those notes. Those simply gets pushed into a CRM. It's all captured. Agent can maybe change things. Yes, there's always a human element to it. You cannot automate everything. Yes, I have summarized everything. Now, do you want to add something? Do you want to change anything? It's just a review, right? If you don't, it automatically gets pushed. And that's what gives the consistency and the brand the experience that, okay, you know what, this was pushed, this was promised. Now, if I don't deliver, that's up to me. Then I can't blame an agent or a bot that, okay, this was promised, but now you have the record, you own the CRM, you own the contact center platform, both are talking to each other, the data resides. That's where I have seen the leaderships work towards, okay, we have solved this problem now, unifying data, and then with the unification of data, like, for example, NICE and Salesforce, right, are working together. How do the two systems now enable the business leaders to actually execute those strategies? Data definitely will be there, but with that data, how do I go and execute it? And again, that's where, again, something analytics comes in, where I was talking about an example that I typically talk to our customers is, you know, a large insurance company. They were facing this problem about their basically renewals of life insurance, right? The 13th month renewal doesn't happen. And there are certain custom data points that they got that, you know, these are customers who once if they call and we send a payment link, they pay, they renew it. What's stopping them from directly renewing it? Why do we have to call? They do not have the insight. But then again, they ran a analytics engine again with NICE. We have their own enlightened model. When we did that, we found that, okay, there are customers who are talking about, they go into your mobile app, and when they go to the payment page, they're getting a 404 error, right? Now, this is a interaction which is already available. Now, agents, when they're talking about a mobile app, 404 error, okay, so try again. And when you see that these are certain 2,000 such occurrences that has happened over the past 1 month, right? And these are all individual customers. That data became insightful for the contact center to take to the mobile product team that, okay, there is something wrong with the payment gateway, please fix it. Earlier, that data was never told. Mobile team was like, hey, we have built such an amazing app, but payment gateway is failing. That was not an information that came from the contact center. When they did that, they fixed this. They saw that, yeah, those customers who they had to reach out once or twice are obviously, they're going away from the next month onwards or next year onwards, they're making the payments. So yeah, that's the strategy around, you know, using a unified layer, understanding the customer, which was already there, but utilizing this as a unified platform and running analytics on it, and then empowering your agents. That's the strategy, and that's what we have been doing.
So thank you very much. I'll just quickly summarize some of the very interesting takeaways that I've heard. So starting right from Akhil about being very consistent between online and offline, using intelligent data models along with privacy for personalization, focusing on content and channels which can actually reach out to your B2B customers, you know, which could be different from B2C, intelligent balancing between human and agents as well as technology, and therefore seeing how you can be all the time available to avoid burnout, and as well as the analytics and prediction to ensure that we are not just addressing something for the sake of it, but getting to the root cause to drive it, right? So thank you very much. We have a little bit of time for any questions if you'd like to ask the panelists anyone, or have they been absolutely clear and you all are all set to start your omni-channel journey?
All right, so it looks like the panelists have done a fantastic job, and I think we will be taking a break in a short while, so maybe all of you can also connect with all our speakers during the break as well. So yes, Vivek, we're done. Thank you so much for moderating that discussion really well. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would now request Mr. Shah to once again come back on stage and present all our speakers with the speaker certificate, please. Starting with Mr. Akhil Dugal. Mr. Abhishek Basu. Aditya Dhingra. Ms. Gayatri Prabhu. Mr. Keshav Rao. Mr. Nikhil Pereira. And to the moderator of the session, Ms. Vivette De Cruz. We would once again request all the speakers as well as Mr. Sharad to please join for a photograph as well. A group photograph, everybody. Thank you so much once again to everyone. Thank you, Sharad, for doing the honors. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was our first panel discussion of the conclave. We request all of you to remain on your seats, please, because we have a fantastic video coming up and an announcement as well. And this is the announcement of In Focus. So firstly, let's take a look at the video, and then we have a quick announcement coming up before the break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a quick announcement after that video is some of you might be aware of the work that we do at Team Marksmen, where we conceptualize and execute industry-centric knowledge platforms, such as the one that we find ourselves at today to inspire professionals to soar higher. Now, everything that we do at Team Marksmen hinges on inspiring business leaders and organizations to raise the bar and push that envelope further than it has ever gone, be it through our daily news or the website Marksmen Daily, our digital media arm Marksmen Media, or our quarterly business leadership and the lifestyle print magazine In Focus. So personally, I'm really proud of how each issue of In Focus has built on its predecessor, and honestly believe that this edition, ladies and gentlemen, which we are about to unveil shortly, is our finest work yet. So we have offered up insights that look into the past, present and future of the Indian economy, and spoken to a slew of innovative business leaders on a wide array of topics. So with that said, I encourage all of you to definitely leaf through a copy of the magazine. So yes, the In Focus magazine is at the registration desk, ladies and gentlemen. And as we take a quick break right now for 15 minutes, we would request you all to go ahead and leaf through that copy and probably connect with all of us and share your thoughts of the copy as well. So that was our quick announcement. With that, we shall be taking a quick break for 15 minutes, and when we come back, we have a fantastic set of sessions lined up as well. Please do take your time to connect with one another and also take a look at our In Focus magazine.
Fractured journeys, exploding complexity, and the stakes are higher than ever. Miss a beat? Your brand gets left behind. Perfect CX? You become the market leader. At NICE, perfecting customer experience is our business. We're at the forefront, transforming CX challenges into opportunities for innovation and growth. CX1 leads the way as the only CX AI platform delivering everything brands need to elevate experiences everywhere, orchestrating every interaction, converging every capability.
exactly as the consumer expects and do more much faster. And like the agent, Copilot gives supervisors a single workspace for all their work. It also automatically...
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have had the time to network with one another and also enjoy that tea and coffee right there. We shall be beginning in the next few minutes. So I'd once again request all the delegates to kindly come inside the conference area and take their seats. Our speakers are all set, and we are all set for the first fireside chat of the day. Once again, I request all the delegates to come back, settle down, take their seats, as we are all set to begin in the next few minutes. Thank you. And we also hope you're continuing to share your conversations and thoughts and comments using the hashtag as shared with you all before. Please don't forget using the hashtag TMCX Transformation, whether it's on Instagram, whether it's on Twitter or LinkedIn, and share your thoughts about the conference and about what all we are sharing to one another today. Thank you.
Customer and agent experiences on a single digitally fluent CX platform. Journey to Cloud Nice with CX1. When you migrate to CX1, you get a cloud-native, scalable, AI-powered platform to orchestrate all customer experience interactions. CX1 integrates over 30 core channels, including voice, messaging, social media, and chat. It's the world's leading CX platform with a complete suite of applications to empower agents and enable smart self-service, all infused with custom-built AI. CX1 seamlessly integrates and scales with your business. On average, agent productivity doubles, self-service soars, and customer loyalty can increase by up to 500%. Once on Cloud Nice, the red carpet service continues, with unparalleled support and robust security as standard. The sky really is the limit. Elevate your contact center to Cloud Nice. Get in touch today.
NICE is revolutionizing the CX market once more with Enlighten, the only purpose-built AI for CX. With Enlighten Autopilot, consumers enjoy agentless experiences that are as good as with the best human agents on any channel they choose.
I booked a trip and I need to extend it by 1 day.
I can extend your reservation and change your flight. It will be an additional cost of $533.09.
Enlighten Autopilot identifies the best CX processes to automate, understands complex consumer intents, and delivers the optimal responses and flows to the specific need. With Enlighten Copilot, agents are empowered to become superhumans and deliver incredible experiences.
No worries. I see that you're a One Travel Rewards member and that you're covered by our travel protection plan.
Copilot provides the agent with behavior guidance, the right knowledge articles, proactive assistance, and suggested automatic reactions. With Copilot, agents behave exactly as the consumer expects and do more much faster. And like the agent, Copilot gives supervisors a single workspace for all their work. It also automatically assesses and scores all interactions.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now, what customers are seeing and experiencing versus what brands are saying can often be in conflict. We'll talk about not just communication gap, but also the gap between marketing and customer experience teams that is largely responsible for this. So what accounts for this customer experience gap, and how can this be bridged? And that's exactly what our next session is all about. It's a fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, I shall now invite our speakers and the moderator for the session. May I first invite on the stage the Vice President for Head of Strategy and CRM from Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as I invite Anish Chaudhary onto the stage. Shall we ask Sahara Star to increase the caffeine dose in the coffee? Could we have a louder round of applause? That would be great. Thank you. Coming up next, we have the Head of Customer Centricity from Hindalco Industries, Namita Bohara. We also have with us the head of CX and service for Hamilton Housewares Private Limited. We have Uday Bhosle moderating the session. Once again, a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is our first fireside chat for the conclave, and we look forward to fantastic insights stemming from the session. So, Mr. Uday, over to you.
Hello. Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Uday Bhosle from Hamilton Housewares. And with my esteemed panel, we have Anish from Tata Realty and Namita from Hindalco Industries. Today's discussion will be more focused on improving customer experience and the use of the new digital tools, as well as the employee experience, which really affects the customer experience, and what are the key trends, emerging trends for customer experience going forward, right? To start the discussion, I will just ask the first question to Namita. Namita, how has the digital age transformed customer expectations, and what are the key challenges brands face in meeting those evolving trends?
Yeah, so I think that's a very good question when it comes to a B2B space. A lot of digital transformation is also a cultural change for a lot of organizations, and definitely, you know, the kind of digital transformation that happen these days, not just with respect to analytics or advanced analytics, but even with respect to AI. So, you know, not only setting up a systems to even the CRM systems to, you know, a complete CX framework. So a lot of cultural change that has happened, and it's very nice to see that there are a lot of good tools right now in the market which gets adapted very easily and easy to deploy, easy to use for the users. So a lot of UX, UI which is being done also has helped. And when you have these tools deployed, so there is a lot of awareness which is being created even in the minds of the employees or of the organizations that this could be a moment of truth for you. This could be a pitfall. This could be a point wherein you can easily, you know, navigate things.
Great. That was a nice answer. While I ask the second question, let me, I mean, this question is more on the customer journey mapping. And with my experience, I felt that data analysis is something very important while we map customer journeys. One of the points which I realize I've learned in my life, I used to report to one Colonel Ravi Gupta at Loyalty Solutions in Amex, and he had a big chart, a big drawing on his room which says, "In God we believe, rest, please bring data to the table." So data is very important. I mean, for example, if I tell you something like someone went to your cabin and came out with a laptop, is one information. But if I tell you that one guy went into your room, was there for 15 minutes and came out with a laptop, it has now some data. We can analyze, we can understand exactly what happened, who was there, right? Similarly, when we attempt to do a customer journey mapping, we have to analyze data. So I want to ask both of you exactly what are your experiences and what do you think when you go ahead on the journey for customer journey mapping and improving customer experience overall?
So thanks for that. I can start on that. So I think in terms of customer journey, obviously it's extremely important to understand in detail what the customer is feeling at every point in the life cycle. And if I may, I think from Tata Realty's perspective, from a residential real estate, it becomes slightly more challenging because our customers' journey is typically 4 to 5 years. It's a very long customer journey. It's a journey in which the agent may change, customers' priorities may change, rules and regulations may change. So how do you deliver consistent and continuous service and repeatable service during that 5 years is a huge imperative for us. It's good to say wow factors and what we can do next, but the hygiene has to be in place that customers should not feel a disconnect or pause in any part of this 5 years, right? So when we actually analyzed, we realized that the initial part, when a customer has just bought the home, he has 100 questions in mind, he or she, And the last part, where the home is getting ready and he or she is getting ready to take possession. Those are very, very crucial parts where they need more hand-holding, more talks. They have a lot of questions that we can help them answer. The interim period is a bit more, I would say, operational, where there is invoicing happening, some payments happening, but it's more business as usual. So we were very clear that this whole mix of technology versus humans, those first and last part is where we would want our agents to spend time. Handholding them, explaining them how to pay TDS, how to get loans on time, etc. The middle part is where we are looking at a lot of automation to help clear their pain points, make it seamless. And one thing I would also mention that there are some misconceptions that come in on the customer journey and experience. For example, in B2B, customer experience doesn't matter. Or, if it's a HNI customer, he would not interact with technology. I think those things are now disappeared today. We have products where from 50 lakhs to 15 crores. And we have seen HNIs where they don't want to talk to an agent today. They don't want a dedicated RM. They are very happy to go to a portal, make payments, have data, and only come back at the last point. So I think how the role of technology has become very, very crucial. I think customers are not shy of interacting with it, of course, with some guidance.
Great. That's a nice perspective. But in your case, when you have a 5 years customer contact engagement window, things happen, things change, the RMs might change. Did you analyze how the customers are interacting, which are the preferred channels, and how do you do it?
Absolutely. So we have also gone for an omni-channel presence. So we have the logos on this have helped us build a very robust backend in place. So that helps us capture every interaction point of the customer. Emails, phone calls goes without saying, but now we have a WhatsApp channel to interact with customers. We now have the social media feedback coming in, flowing into our Salesforce platform. So all those interactions are in one place. I think that's a very crucial starting point. Then when you start analyzing who is interacting how, you can make sure that we also reach out in those channels. So if a customer is more comfortable emailing, we can push more email communications to him or her. WhatsApp is a great tool for us, especially in some of the mundane activities where customer just wants some extra information. WhatsApp is very effective. So we are tracking the behavior of customers on each channel. I think the behavior is not same based on the stage of project, the area, the age group of the customer, the mix of the channel changes a lot, but it's a constant journey for us to realize how can we add more channels. And I think the number one thing is not a single interaction should get missed, because in real estate, we can't have a situation where on high ticket value, customer comes back and says, hey, somebody had promised me something and you don't have any records. That's the last thing we want. So everything has to be in one place is our going in assumption.
Great, thanks. So Namita, what's your perspective on this question?
So there's a lot of things that I see, I kind of agree with him when he says that the B2B, there's a myth around that B2B does not have any customer experience, need not say anything, but that is actually wrong, When we go around, when we are designing any customer journey, it's so complex. So because the processes are complex, and at every stage, the customer needs information, whether, for example, there's this extrusion business. So you have these developments of certain tools from which the metal goes in, and it comes out like for example, you're designing a brake of a vehicle. So that particular part of the vehicle is designed from a extruded point of view. So it's a complete engineering. But when you're looking at from a customer's point of view, he gives you the details. Like, I need this sample, these are my specifications, and I need it in this manner. So at that particular time, when your thing is still under development, the design is still under development, the prototype is still under development, the customer still wants the updates from it. And these are actually, we've used few of the tools, and now we are moving on to even more finer ones, like going up to the WhatsApp where he gets the information right then and there itself. Because the competition at such areas is so high that loyalty, then you have to work on it. So every place you have a bit of complexities, and one thing also happens from the organization's point of view is either they make it very complex, the journey, no, at this point also, at that point also, or they make it oversimplified. So they just say, okay, point 1 to point 2, but that's not thing. So every aspect has to be added whenever you're doing it.
Okay. So in this customer journey mapping, what are the pitfalls which you have faced and how did you overcome it?
For us, as I just now told you, either making it too complex and too simple. One is that. Second is not taking into account that data should be the backdrop of everything. So any decision that you're making, so any high-end analytics will let you know how the behavior has been previously. So in a coming time, how the basis of the customer journey should be mapped up with the data as well. We also need to think in terms of whether any outside behavior is taking into account also or not. So that also needs to, like any factor, like economic factor, the prices which is happening, metal prices, whether they're going up and down in the market or not. So all that also has to be a part of the CGM.
Great. I mean, when we talk about Hindalco, we don't really think about what kind of a B2C base we would have. But yeah, with the B2B customers are very important, I guess, because ultimately they get the sales for us, right?
Yes.
So very good perspective. I have one question for both of you. How can businesses effectively balance the use of technology and human touch in enhancing customer experience across touch points? So if you are using AI or some ML and basically the employee experience, what do you think is the best thin line between them?
So I can share the way we are seeing it. So I think in our case, I think even the previous panel was discussing, I think technology can never be a replacement for the service or the human touch. It has to be seen as an enabler or a co-pilot in a way. So even when we are doing, as I mentioned, the WhatsApp channel, only for some functions it's WhatsApp. Otherwise, you will have an easy way to go to an RM. Even when we look at a response, RM has to interact with the customer even through chat or email. The technology or the AI or the even conversational bots today can only help make that interaction better. It can transcribe it, it can keep it in one place, it can summarize for the RM. So the way we are seeing technology is actually not replacing the RM. It is one in helping the RM interact better, because in our case, with the high-ticket purchases, what we want is when an RM interacts, he or she has the entire history of the customer in front of him, which means payment history, past conversations, doesn't mean 100 lines, summary, sentiment summary. These we are actually implementing so the RM knows what the customer is coming for. That's part number one. Part number two, also from a balancing of I think the biggest mistake that can happen is, for me, if I hear somebody say that, tell a customer, sir, I don't know how this happened. This is a system-generated response or document, so I will have to get back to you. If that happens, you have, I would say, lost the battle. Because the people have to think of the system as nothing but their enabler. So we are spending a lot of time explaining to the workforce what technology we are implementing, what is it drawing for. So it's not a black box where they have no idea what is going on. So if something response goes, they know exactly, okay, this is picked from so-and-so. This is the logic. If something is wrong, data must be wrong, or maybe the interaction is not captured. So I think, honestly, for us, yes, mundane activities can be automated. I would say we are looking at technology more in the back-end operations first, because there we have seen that transactions through bots, we have got about 90% reduction in improvement in efficiency. But the front end, it's an enabler. The RM can know what the history is, what the details are, and interacts accordingly.
Great. Namita, what's your perspective?
So I kind of, again, agree with him, because they say, right, technology is here to enable the humans to do much better job. So I'll just give you an anecdote which actually happened with us, wherein the customer was, the lady on the other end was, there was a lot of heat, and she was actually feeling very helpless, like, this is wrong, this is not happening. There's something which had happened. So, our agent was like, it's okay, I hear you, I'm listening to you here. Just that was enough for her to, kind of melt down, her to, calm down. And when it came to AI, so the sentiments on the dashboard of the agent was clear. be more empathetic, be more sympathy, you can speak to him about this. So a lot of those aspects was actually helping the agent to speak on whatever, to bring down the heat. And it so happened that by the time the call ended, the customer was also relieved, and even we felt that, she kind of agreed to a lot of things. So a lot of your technology actually helps you with the, emotions part and this, but yeah, human touch is more important.
Yeah, I agree with you. In fact, if I talk about my experience, of course, technology is evolving. We have moved from bots, simple bots to AI bots and ML coming into customer service. But what I feel and what I've learned is those are just enablers to provide the wow experience to customers, right? But yes, both have to go in the new age, both have to go together. हम ही हम हैं तो क्या हम हैं, तुम ही तुम हो तो क्या तुम हो. I guess the employee experience plays a very important role. We as a customer service leader should understand where to deploy AI and where we should replace that bot with an agent, right? That is the thin line where decision making should happen, critical decision, and when the human intervention is required. Just one example, which is of course my favorite, is Zappos. I'm sure everybody's aware of Zappos, right? Zappos was acquired in 2009 by Amazon for staggering 1.2 billion. It was a simple company when it launched 15 years back, selling shoes, only shoes, right? But the culture which the company made, even Jeff Bezos was truly admiring this company, and he bought at this price because the CEO of Zappos, Tony Zai, made a culture which is completely customer service, customer-focused culture. For example, Zappos USP is you can buy your shoes and return within 365 days free. You don't even need to pay shipping charges. It's an amazing policy, right? You buy your shoes and after a year you can return. The customer service agents are trained and empowered to take decisions. Of course, they have their tools, they have their co-pilots and everything in place. But ultimately, the human intervention comes in. For example, there was a case where one lady was trying to order her shoes from Zappos, but it was unfortunately out of stock. So she called the call center, and the call center agent said, sorry, ma'am, this shoe is currently unavailable. However, I have seen, researched for the shoes. This is available on our competition site, X site, and it is available at 2 different sites at this prices. Would you want me to help you with the link? And she sent that competition's link to the customers. Our customers, fulfillment is done, right? So that's the level of customer service. The culture in the company is such that every department, every head is asked to come and train customer service agents. There's a day where each of the customer service heads comes down to the call center and takes calls to understand the pain points of the customers and to educate and train the customer service agents better. So I guess ultimately what we should learn is we have to come to the basics. Of course, AI, ML is there, but until we don't do the basics things in place and have that empathy while speaking with customers and the true need of solving customers' issues, we won't be able to achieve what we want to do, right? So that's my perspective. I'll move to the next question now. Yeah, so both Namita and Anish, question for you. How can companies measure the ROI of their customer experience initiatives, particularly in relation to customer loyalty and brand advocacy?
Yeah, so this is one of my favorite ones because whatever work we do, that needs to be measured, and if we are putting in any investment in anything, are we getting the right return on it or not? So definitely there are certain KPIs like NPS, the CSAT, the CES, and there are different scores that people take up. In our organization, we do measure the NPS. So at different touch points and at different kind of roles that we are doing it. But so we've tried to correlate it with our sales also. So initially when we had set up this customer centricity framework for us, so initially the NPS was about 30-40% and even the market share would have been around the similar ranges. But as we went on, move ahead, and we started seeing that there was a correlation between both the NPS and the sales and then the market share. So it's very clear that the more you start tracking, the more you start measuring whatever work that has been done, whatever initiative has been put up, are we really getting the returns on it? So this is one wherein we are talking about the numbers. Are we seeing the same thing with respect to the employee experience? Is there a proper cross-functional collaboration happening or not? That's very evident. If there's no, it's easy to see that. It's because if human interactions are very clearly seen. Employee happiness, the happiness index of the employee is measured well or not. So those surveys happen. But yeah, so ROI needs analytics. ROI also needs technology at this particular case.
Yes, Anish. Do you have any perspective on this question?
No, I think completely agree. I think has to be measured. I think NPS is good, but I think loyalty you mentioned, I think that's, and for us, it's a very measurable term as well, because loyalty is directly sales for us. So if a agent in his or her interaction can actually understand the customer needs and actually sell another property, I mean, that ROI is amazing, right? So I think eventually it's about whether they are able to build that connect with the customer. Because NPS is satisfaction, but eventually if it can translate to actual hard new revenue, that's even a better goal. So we have seen a lot of improvement where in an interaction, let's say if a agent earlier could only spend 5% of the time talking generally about his or her needs, now with more automation, etc., they can spend more of that time talking about, do you need anything else? Are you looking for another property? So actually, the line between let's say a sales agent and a service agent is blurring, the way we are seeing. So a service agent can do sales, and a sales agent is asked service questions like, after 4 years, how will I pay my taxes? So they can't say that, okay, somebody else will reach out to you. So actually, we are seeing those lines getting blurred, where everybody needs to understand the customer-centric processes, whichever function they are in. Because for the customer, everybody is, Tata Realty for them.
Great, great. So I think from in respect to ROI in customer service processes, what I feel is to showcase the ROI to your management, what need is the data. For example, a CFO might ask, why should I spend on a loyalty program, right? So we, as a customer service champion, should have data to find out, to highlight what are the benefits of a loyalty program. For example, there was one study which is published widely, is that when the CFO said that loyalty program has become very expensive, the data showed that around 18% of customers who are enrolled in loyalty program had more business with them, and 40% of probability of them to return back to the business and to repeat sales. So this kind of data analysis is important to be highlighted to the management to show the ROI. NPS is very important activity, I guess. NPS really shows the probability of customers referring your business to their friends and family, right? So when we have a healthy NPS, which could relate and to your CFO or CEO as well, to understand what is the benefit of providing top-notch customer service, not only in service delivery at the call center, but the entire product and the experience, because customers are buying your products for experience. They have multiple options available now, right? They can buy X, Y, Z, and at cheaper rates available online. However, the experience which is provided by your brand takes a very key stage in this decision. So I guess right from the buying experience to a sales experience, post-sales experience is something which we should measure along with data analysis and showcase to the management to highlight the ROI for any customer experience process. I hope you guys agree on that.
Yes.
Great. One question for you, Namita. How are leading brands leveraging data analytics and AI to predict and proactively address customer needs?
It's like, of late, there's so much of AI analytics coming in the market. Definitely, there's a lot of things that are happening. One example I'll just give of a paints company. They set up an experience store in Chennai, and they started monitoring, first they use this mid-journey ChatGPT to bring out certain images of designing of different rooms in the, in the house. So how the rooms will look, so how will
Basically, the AI journey mapping of,
yeah,
or is called the visualization.
the visualization tools, and they made it a big store sort of a thing, and an experience itself. And there was this story that I came to know recently about the Make My Trip thing. They came up with a map, a traveler's map. So they have marked few cities in India. You just need to go to them. I mean, you just need to scroll through them on the laptop, and they'll say what are the things you can do there, what are the experiences you can have, to the kind of hotels you can stay with all the options, and what to eat, what not, and all that. So it's like a complete map which has happened. Something which we've done with respect to analytics in our own company is we've made use of video analytics. We manufacture metals, and we have this anodes turned into cathodes, and so to have the best quality to be given to the customer, what we've done is, as soon as the final product comes out of the refinery, there's a section wherein from the video analytics, either it can be staying there, or it will just reject it via the video analytics if there is any issue in the surface of the cathode. So these are the things that so many, companies have taken up. It's because of the...
Thank you. Anish, I have one question. Looking ahead, what emerging trends or technologies do you foresee having the biggest impact on a customer experience strategies in the next 5 to 10 years?
So I think in terms of trends, I think some of the things that we are looking at, one, I think we are seeing a clear shift from customer experience as purely a service view to a more product view. So what I mean by that is that you need to know your product, and it's not enough to say I'm handling the customer transaction. I'm actually spending money on automating finance processes, legal processes, because they somewhere come and hit the CRM service otherwise. For example, we are investing in bank transaction automation so that within a click of a button, the customer's payment gets recognized and they can be sent an auto receipt. So customer is not worried for a week that has my payment got recognized. So, these are other departments where we are almost extending into and trying to do. So I think that's one trend we see. The other trend that we are seeing is that, I think it got mentioned at the start, that self-service is not just to help the organization, that is us. Self-service is to actually help the customer. So 2 examples I can give from our side. One is from our B2B commercial real estate side. ESG is the biggest thing right now. Every company has ESG goals. Our commercial clients, tenants are Fortune 500 companies sitting in US. So what we are doing actually is we are investing in creating ESG dashboards for them. It's not for us. It's for them to figure out that on their floor, what is the carbon emissions they are saving, what is the electricity consumption for renewables versus non-renewables, so that we can simplify their reporting, right? Because in B2B, they can actually choose a building based on who is more ESG compliant and who can help them in their ESG goals. Similarly, if I look at a B2C residential customer, what we are actually piloting is that we want to help the customers go through their own agreements. What I mean to say is I think all of us have done that who have bought homes. Our agreements, we never read. It's a 100-page document which we keep for later reference. We are looking at whether we can look at AI for them to understand their key clauses. So without coming to us, they can, let's say 1 year before possession, they can know, okay, what's the society clause? What's the maintenance going to be? What if I cancel? They will give them reply. So that helping the customer truly do self-service is what we are looking at, and that's something I think they'll pick up.
Yeah, so very good example. So basically, we are using data analysis for not internal consumption, for the end customer's consumption. So customer knows exactly what is the status, what is the benefits of doing business with you. So very good perspective. We have 1 minute. One question we have is, in your respective industries, what are some challenges you have faced when trying to automate CX? how do you mitigate the risk of losing customers' trust in the process?
The first challenge comes in the cultural change that happens. So after that, it would be the correctness of data, whether filtering it, putting it across, then adopting the right tools, whether they're doing it right now or not. There are these customer journeys, making it too, as I told you before also, complexities to, being too simple. And definitely, finding the right, going back to the customers, going back to them saying that you had given us something like a feedback and we've come back to you with a solution, and this was a solution that we've given. So a lot of things on that.
Anish, you have any perspective?
Yeah, so I think just adding one or two, I think one, data, absolutely agree. I think intelligence comes first before artificial intelligence. So your data has to be perfect before you start thinking of artificial intelligence. The other challenge, I would say, sometimes some of these initiatives and cleanups take time. So I think the patience is a challenge. Sometimes the results are not quick. The efforts you're putting in may actually start showing results after 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. So you have to do that journey. I think it's not a switch. You have to keep doing maybe 20 micro initiatives and then someday realize, okay, now my process looks better. So I think that convincing and staying the path takes a lot of effort. Those are two observations.
Great. Thanks, Anish. Namita, I think we're going to continue, but we are over time. So once again, I want to thank you both, and thanks the audience for their patience. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again. We request you to remain on stage, please. And I'd once again welcome Mr. Sharad Gupta to please join us on stage to present all our speakers with a speaker certificate, please. Starting with Mr. Anish Chaudhary. Ms. Namita Bohara. And as well as to Mr. Uday Bhosle for having moderated that session beautifully. And as always, we request all the speakers as well as Mr. Sharad on stage to come together for a group photograph, please. Thank you. Thank you so much once again. So that was our first fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we move over to our second fireside chat of the day. In fact, in today's fast-paced, technology-driven world, trust is a valuable commodity for businesses. Now, as consumers are becoming increasingly discerning, now companies must find innovative ways to foster trust and build lasting relationships with all of their customers. Now, one of the most promising avenues for achieving this is, of course, I think all of us are leveraging on, is artificial intelligence. Now, while it's easy for AI to suddenly become that boogeyman, businesses can make strides to show their customers that AI can be used for their benefit, and all of this while respecting their privacy as well. So keeping up with the events in the tech industry is key to maintaining and leveraging in today's hyper-digital world. So that's exactly what our next set of speakers will be doing, and they'll emphasize on this in our upcoming fireside chat. So with that, I'll go ahead and invite all our speakers as well as the moderator onto the stage, as the stage seems to be all set and ready for our second fireside chat at the Conclave. Meanwhile, we hope you're continuing to share your thoughts and comments on social media, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn, using the hashtag TMCX Transformation. So let me go ahead and invite all our speakers onto the stage, ladies and gentlemen, starting with, we have with us the Head of Customer Experience for Operations and Reinsurance Strategy from HDFC Life, ladies and gentlemen. A huge round of applause as I invite Mr. Sanjay Tiwari onto the stage, please. Joining him, we have the Head of Technology for CS from Tata Digital. We have Mr. Sandeep Pujari. And we will also be having the Associate Vice President and Head of Experience Design from Jio Platforms Limited, Mr. Vijay Bahu Joshi, who will be joining us in a few minutes. But while we will be beginning with the fireside chat, he will be joining us in the next few minutes. And to moderate the session, we have with us from the partner of Tech Strategy and Transformation from Deloitte India. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Mr. Govind Korekar. So I will hand it over to Mr. Govind to begin the session, and we will soon have Mr. Vijay Bahu as well, who will join us in a few minutes, but we will start with the discussion right away. So yes, Mr. Govind, over to you.
Thank you. And good afternoon to everyone present. Good afternoon to the panel. So trust and AI has been the topic of our discussion, or rather is the topic of our discussion. One of the key things that we have seen is, and to start off with, is the ability of AI to mimic human interactions. The first thing that I would like to get your insights on is, in your business, what are some of the opportunities you see where human-like interactions are powered by AI? So we'll start off with you, Sandeep.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, as you know that Tata Neu is a consolidated app, right? So we have different brands into one app. So we have Chroma, we have Big Basket, we have 1MG, all these particular different brands coming into one app, right? So the complexities, Govind, is very high for us, right? So when we started the customer experience journey around 4 years ago, it was very imperative for us to have a balance between the technology and the human angle, right? So we have an omni-channel experience given to the customers. So we had a call option, we had an email option, we had a chat option. But over the last couple of years, what we found out that AI has been improved in such a great manner, right? That the customers are far more adaptable, as well as, they would like the responses immediately, okay? So what we did from a personal angle, with the emotional connect for customers, all our responses that we give in an AI, bot, for example, is very customized to the customer, okay? So we have built AI not just for post-purchase, we have built in AI for search in our app. We have built in AI for purchase in our app, where, for example, a customer can go and search for Apple, right? Earlier, the logic was very simple. If you search for Apple, you will get a Big Basket information. But currently, with the help of AI, we actually give information regarding Chroma, which has Apple products, as well as Big Basket, which has, genuine apples that customer wants, right? So slowly and steadily, the adoption of AI towards the customer has, seen a drastic increase. Having said that, what we have also found out that a lot of customers require a lot of, push to adopt AI also, right? So we got a lot of feedbacks when we started. We got a lot of feedbacks from customers online, offline, that, we require an agent connect, we require a human intervention, right? So based on those particular feedback, we continuously change our feedback mechanisms also. We improve our AI, bot. We do the utterance training. We, have a clear-cut mechanism of how should the AI behave, okay? So that has been the journey in Tata Neu for now, and it has been a fantastic journey for now. And to give you a very good number, the resolution percentage for AI in Tata Neu is above 80% on a month-on-month. So that happens.
That's very interesting. And Sandeep, you mentioned a very good word in your description was emotional. So Sanjay, my question to you is, when people think of getting insurance, it is about getting peace of mind, right? To hedging against anything that may go wrong. Now, a lot of times, insurance is sold on a lot of emotions. For example, शादी करना है, आगे पढ़ना है, घर बनाना है. So how do you see these two things, right? Emotions and artificial intelligence. How do you see the two coming together in your business?
Yeah, thanks, Govind. Good afternoon, all of you. So I'll just give you a couple of perspectives about life insurance business. I represent HDFC Life. So we are one of the top players in the marketplace. And just to give you some data points, then I'll come back to your question, to just build a perspective around what we do and what we intend to continue doing, right? Life insurance, the way we do in terms of the size and the market share, just to give you that last year, we insured, I think, 3 lives every 2 seconds. similar numbers, we settled, one claim per 1.5 seconds. So that's the kind of scale we are talking about. That's the numbers, right? But is it only numbers? Life insurance as a business is, I think, anchored around this whole concept of providing financial security. What happens if something unfortunate happens to, our loved ones? And how are we prepared for the, unknowns in the future? If not 100% to some extent, possibly manage that. This comes with a lots of responsibility as an insurance company. It's not a mere transaction or some kind of, evolving operating model where we acquire customers and sell products, right? So, and emotion is, as you rightly said, when we create these product solutions, although being a very highly regulated industry, there are lots of, do's and don'ts, which is good for the consumer because our regulator believes that, ultimately what we need to solve for is what they call policyholder protection, right? That's where this, I think, emotions come in play and how technology can be used. And I correlate with the technology, the use of AI, and of course, central to everything is what we want to deliver or continue to improve is the customer experience, right? So for customer experience is the strategic mode for the organization. Technology and the cutting edge, tools and digital or analytics or AI-powered analytics, it all becomes a very clear enabler. Emotions, in none of our decision making, I think we leave it to, okay, this is what purely the machine can do. It's not a transaction-based product which we offer, because the product which we offer, the benefits are, kind of realized much later, whether it's a maturity benefit for good or unfortunately as a death claim. Second is that in terms of interactions, it's very limited. A life insurance customer need not necessarily interact with us the way they search, as you talked about Tata Neu or Tata Click Luxury. I'm a Tata Click Luxury customer, so we do keep browsing for different products and offers, right? Life insurance customers do not. So how do you ensure that they're engaged, at the same time very mindful of the emotional aspect of what they have purchased into, right? So that's where AI role, and especially given the expanse and the size of our business, I think the use cases which we have deployed so far, right from the first level of engagement to offer a product solution. And we normally call it solution, not a product, because it's not a tangible one. Very clearly help them understand what are the benefits underlying, right? To the entire service journey in terms of premium payments, in terms of any kind of changes in the policies which the customer wants, to the ultimate moment of truth, which is highly emotional again, is the claim settlement, right? That's where this balancing act has to be done all the time. And we always say that, AI or, any kind of digital or the tech infrastructure is clearly an enabler, which can never be solving for our customers without human empathy at the core. That's what we believe in, and we actually practice this as a brand, because the trust, what you try to, offer to the customer, the transparency, in terms of our interaction, in terms of what products we are offering, what benefits it means, why this customer is paying this kind of premium for a particular benefit. If you're not transparent enough, the trust doesn't get built up. And I think all this thing gets combined with the consistency of the service or the, benefits or the, kind of interaction which we provide using AI. So this is the combination which we try to, we have been using and we keep trying to improve on that.
And Sanjay, that was very insightful and very heartening to know that someone like HDFC Life, which is already like the front runner, the torch bearer from an insurance standpoint, is thinking about all these things, because a lot of the others follow your lead.
Yes.
So
Thank you.
good to see that. Vijay, welcome, and happy to have you on stage with us. Vijay, one of the things that I wanted to ask you is, as the conversational AI is becoming more and more human-like, more and more realistic, where do you see that fine line where, someone should be informed that now you're talking to a bot or now you're actually talking to a human? Do you think that most of the transactions or the conversations will be taken over by computers in the years to come?
See, it's a slightly longer, and I'll take a step back. Firstly, looking at the concept of AI, humans for the last 30, 40 years have been living with artificial intelligence. I'll quote a few examples. You all went across this semi-automatic washing machine where you put up a timer of 15 minutes or 20 minutes for a spinner. And when the timer ended, it gave a loud buzz for you to attend back to the entire chore that you had left across. Now that's artificial intelligence. A fan remembering a speed of 4 or 5 that you left out as a human, that hey, you run at a speed of 3 or a 4, that's again an artificial intelligence. Since long ago, we had cars where when we were running out of gas or diesel, whatever it is, right, it gave either a beeper or a small visual sign saying that you're now in the reserve mode, right? So firstly, artificial intelligence has been there. It's now taking up the shape of a digital component, right? The most common artificial intelligence we use, which is one-way conversation, is "Pani ki tanki bhar gayi hai, kripiya motor band kare." Like for those who actually are party to this, they may be aware of that. Now coming back to the larger area, it will, if you look from the human evolution standpoint, it's about 150,000 years. We got this particular brain. Conversational AI per se is technically last 15 years, right? That's a kind of a domain. Now, if you look from a brain development perspective to actually machines emulating the human conversation is a long, long way. I'll quote a very small example. Everyone understands Hindi here. I'll just quote a small line, right? So like, "Roko mat jaane do," right? "Roko mat jaane do," right? How you deploy your phonics there, where are the pauses? I'll now reframe that. "Roko mat jaane do." Semantics changed. Now it's "Roko mat jaane do," right? Machines will take a little longer time to understand these kind of emphasis and components. And I'll quote one example when we were building this, and since it's a confidential product, I was working on one of the Mart products within my own organization. And we were trying to figure out how people order actually stuff and how the phone conversation between a kirana and a customer really happens. So like suppose you are actually ordering, and depending on the region, if you're in Kolkata, if I'm calling a kirana wala, most likely he'll call me Dada. If I'm here, suppose a girl is calling Kolkata, call me Didi, right? In Delhi, it's Bhaiya. So it's like, "Bhaiya kya chahiye?" So like, "Bread bhej do, butter bhej do," and then while okay, and say "aur kuch." Now this little "aur kuch" is something which the conversational AI in the current context is missing, right? Or maybe something called as rhyming and repeating, where you are narrating "1 kilo arhar dal" and the person is writing "1 kilo arhar dal." Now here you notice the phonics have gone down, the tonality has gone down. It's just like a reaffirmation. Now there are various ways in which we can really look at this conversational AI, and if I really elaborate about our 19 core cultures, I guess it's a very, very long game. Our only problem is we are riding on something which is called as an English-driven model. Right from your sentiment analysis to your complete board architecture, the day we have homegrown organizations coming up with those factors, which is like originally Hindi or originally Tamil, and then we see, how these will link together. I mean, government is trying to do via the Bhasha project. Let's see, where it will actually go across, but long way to go.
No, that was interesting insights. And "Roko mat jane do" was, so something that I remember, right? There was a translator, and we were dealing with someone, and then the English phrase was, "The body was willing, but the spirit was," no, sorry, "the spirit was willing, but the body was weak." And apparently, they translated it to someone in Russian. They said that the meat was okay, but the vodka was good. Right? So the body and spirit are things. So now coming, I think that dovetails into the whole India plus Bharat story that we have, right? And Tata being all-encompassing across Namak se leke Hawai Jahaz tak. So how do you see this playing out across different strata of society, right? Especially from Tata Neu, which is, it caters to everything, right? So how do you see the, one is about sentiment, two is about localization, and how is AI playing a role there?
Yeah, so we have, Govind, right, we have incorporated different strategies. So there is no one shoe fits all kind of a strategy, right? So because we know the customer demographic for a big basket is very different from a customer demographic for a Chroma or a 1mg, right? A big basket customer orders products once a week or twice a week, right? A Chroma customer orders once a month, for example, right? So based on those use cases, okay, based on those analysis and data that we have taken into account, we create, AI-related journeys across, okay? We are very, very particular about customers. So for example, we had one use case where customer had ordered a product, right? And he was supposed to get that bread butter by 8 o'clock so that he could have breakfast. Unfortunately, that reached the customer by 1:30, right? So he dropped an email saying that my entire family is not having breakfast because of you, right? So, but it was a very serious concern and for us, right? Now, as Vijay also clearly mentioned, that these particular use cases cannot, or there is still a long way to be handled by a bot, right? The empathy part of it, right? The assurance that we can give to the customer saying that, hey, this has happened once, we will take care of it, right? So, rightly mentioned by Vijay that it will take some time for it, right? But from a Tata New perspective, as I mentioned, that there are different strategies that come together to help the customers, via the AI-driven solutions that we provide. And it's an ongoing process, right? So I'm very sure of the fact that we will not be able to confirm that, hey, by year 2030, we will reach the pinnacle, right? Because with the ever increase in and evolving technology that we have, we are still in the progress mode, okay? One of the examples that I can give, Govind, is for our social media responses, right? So we use ChatGPT, okay? And around 80% of the social media responses are handled by the bot itself, okay? So there is no agent intervention there, right? However, from an email perspective, right? So there are no email bots that are currently ongoing. There is a direct channel with the customer and the agent, right? So it is a balance that Tata Neu has created where the customer can feel assured and be confident, okay, this is not happening, but I can still get my issue addressed, right? On that particular part. Now, the final point is with regards to different brands coming in. Now we have, of course, Air India coming in, right? So we have IHCL hotels, right? So there are premium customers for IHCL hotels, right? The journeys are very, very different for them, okay? But overall, what we do is, as our core principle is, we take a lot of data before creating a journey. We do a very deep dive analysis. Then based on those analysis, we actually create a journey. Then post creation of a journey, we actually monitor those journeys for a good couple of months. We see what are the good parts of it, what are the not so good parts of it. The not so good parts are again taken feedback, then are improved. And the good parts basically are, made better. And to summarize, and one of the examples, as Vijay mentioned regarding Roko Mat Jaane Do, when we started with our AI bot journey, right? So with regards to Hindi language, we started with, hey, I wanted to know about my big basket order. And we actually mentioned it in Hindi, mujhe mere big basket order ke baare mein janna hai. And the bot responded, I think 4 years back, saying that, aapka bada tokri ka order number kya hai, right? So that happened, long back. But we have progressed from now.
Very interesting. And Sanjay, before I come to you, an interesting thing is I always wonder that when will my chat get better? Like, for example, during Diwali, as soon as I type the word happy, the next word suggested is birthday. अरे भाई एक दिन पे इतने लोगों का बर्थडे थोड़ी होता है एंड दिवाली का टाइम है तो मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली इट इज हैप्पी दिवाली should be the word that is prompted. Maybe whoever is listening here and maybe they will fix this for me. So Holi के time पे भी वही होता है, happy birthday ही आता है. So having said that, right, Sanjay, as number of customers increase exponentially, so are you thinking of pushing out more and more, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, self-service kind of models? And then a couple of points around that. One, how do you ensure that the customers are getting comfortable with self-service models, and how the self-service is kind of backed up by AI so that it helps customers make the right decisions from your industry standpoint?
So I think the two parts to your question, I'll try to answer it one by one. First is, again, as you said, the way we expand into different markets and all these customer segments, various demographic, and combining both India and Bharat, right? That's where the actual business lies for us as well. It's not just restricted to the top cities where you can kind of finally curate all your products and services and remain at that. So how do you ensure that there is a certain consistency in the services, right? What customers really need. And we have, when I say customers, for us it's very important that, we also address our sellers' requirements. Because if I give you a data point, close to 30% of our requests, on behalf of customers come from the sales folks. So that's where we need to, and they are again varied, right? As you talked about different markets, Calcutta, whether you call it Dada or Bhaiya. So that language and the whole expression of the service is not very homogeneous, it's very heterogeneous. So how do you build AI-backed capability to offer this seamless and consistent service? We have made some inroads. I'll not say it's kind of complete. It's an ongoing journey. Again, as answering to you in terms of the language part, we cater to a customer, right, sitting in Mumbai, South Mumbai, for example, I come from Eastern UP, in a small village. A customer must be sitting there as well. How do I ensure that consistency of services, right? So across, if you see the value chain of the life insurance journey, right from the first proposition when a seller is introducing a product to the customer, so we have something called Smart Winner. It's basically an AI-based tool which, based on the inputs which it gathers about the customers, it creates a very customized solutioning for that particular customer. And it also gives, there's also something called Pitch Perfector, where the sales folks are given inputs that how do you, change your tonality, what exactly you have to focus on in terms of the requirement of the customer. It's that once, right? Then it comes to the onboarding. Now, onboarding for life insurance is very, very distinct from any other product, right? We are in long-term risk business, right? We insure risk of mortality, morbidity, right? Both. So how do you ensure that we are onboarding the right kind of risk? That's a very, very important responsibility, right? So in what way technologies and AI is helping? I'll give you an example. If a customer is agreed to buy a product from us and the application process, I need to ensure that that customer is healthy, or at least assess the health, assess the financial health, and then possibly take him through him or her to a very frictionless, seamless journey of buying a policy. All this we are doing, and I'll not say it's 100%, but it's a fair amount of, I'll say, share in terms of the way we onboard new customers, right from analyzing the face to intuitively kind of creating questions based on the previous answers to the questions, the way risk profiling is done, the way kind of financial, I'll say the profiling of that customer is done. And very often we provide a confidence to the customer that we are going to ask you. Okay, it's not a surprise to the customer because, as I said, insurance is a business of trust, right? I have to build that trust by being very transparent. Okay, during your onboarding journey, for example, are you being assisted by a AI-driven, chatbot, or it's a human? At any point of time during the application, the customer has a choice to call and talk to a real human. So that's the trust you build. That's the transparency you offer to the customer, right? So that's how you issue a policy. Then in terms of servicing, all the self-service, we have got various platforms, mostly NLP-driven AI chatbots which are 24/7 available. At the same time, we empower the customers that they have a choice to opt in or opt out. It's not kind of thrusted upon, boss, only chatbots are available to talk to you. I will only have a human talking to you, say from, X time to Y time during 3 days a week, right? That's we avoid. Third part is, I mentioned earlier, we as a company, we are very clear that we are solving for customer experience improvement, right? consistency and reliability are the key word in terms of what we offer as products and services. We utilize technology. We also, work with and invest in breakthrough technologies, but we are not in a race to, first acquire a fancy tool or a product or a gadget and then try to think about the use case. We don't do that. So that's where we possibly, try to differentiate. And as I keep repeating, as the person I am, who heads the customer experience for the organization, it's very important for us to ensure that human empathy is always at the center.
That was insightful, Sanjay, and I'm glad that every time we are not talking to a chatbot, sometimes there are good humans also. So that, Vijay, brings me to a question, right? All three of you are in the business of scale, right? I'm a tremendous scale, unprecedented scale. In that case, do you think, the two parts to my question. One is, how important are internal customers? And the second part is, how will AI kind of help make their lives simpler? Any thoughts around that?
You're talking about employees?
Correct.
Or stakeholders?
Yeah.
Okay, there is a slightly bitter answer to that. And I've been with this organization since 2015. This is my 10th year into operations. India embarked on the digital journey very, very late. In fact, I remember when I was at IIT Bombay, there were about 300 crores parked for the nanotechnology lab. Even then, we parked that amount. We were saying we missed out on the race of nanotechnology products and services. In that order, we knew that whosoever is onboarding this particular ship, it won't be a very, very smooth ride, because we compare ourselves to many global leading organizations whose legacy started way before independence as well, India's independence, right? We are talking about the erstwhile IT revolution. Now, they had their teething problem, like the Wright brothers. He was not successful, or the brothers were not successful on day one. It took many generations. The neighbors saw that failure happening. Unfortunately, in our country, whenever we wanted something as a technology product or an algorithm, we never went over to IIT to purchase that. We went abroad. In that order, when we look at our own internal customers, we feel we are one of those Wright brother era where we'll have to face a lot of heat, a lot of rejection. And I'm not just talking about my organization, particularly most Indian organizations, they are not geared up for failures. Because that's the very basic fundamental block of any innovation as a process. You cannot be right on day one. Look at the car which we were using way back in 1980, the Marutis I'm referring to, and will you purchase the same one? Now, will you actually catch hold of that designer and tell him, where is my GPS? Look at the dashboard, what horrible thing you had done. So there is something called as the tone of the time. And we all move across the tone of the time. So coming back, yes, a lot has been said about employee and I would say their own internal experiences. Being a digital organization, I think most of us are digital organization, things are fine. But having that said, this generation, which is you, most of my teenage colleagues who are now joining the bandwagon in late 20s, they will have to face the music for another 10 years, minimum, right? By the time, I guess, they'll be, our transactions will be going as per expectation. There will be lesser dropouts. We'll have less call outages, right? All this will happen. I think there is still some journey to actually go on. I don't know if I answered that correctly.
No, you did touch upon it. So the only point that I want to make is that, as long as with the scale, if the efficiencies can also come in, I think that is where customers, or when I say internal customers, they will probably
I'll just complete that part then. See, the component of scale is monolithic in nature. It's not, I would say, customized. Whatever our understanding of customization today is quite, I think, preliminary in its initial thinking stage. I'll explain that. And my classic example to that is, we have a common UPI experience. For you, me, my spouse, most likely my daughter, whenever she joins the 18-year bandwagon, right? Is it actually the same, or it should be the same for everybody? Like, let's say, my classic example comes from, the Tata group. An elderly requires much more time to input a channel, which is 387, whatever number. The technology still doesn't offer something called as a cluster input mechanism, where I punch 3, my hands are shaking, and by the time I punch 3, there's a timeout on the screen. You would have noticed. And it's not just with them, it's with us as well, right? There's a timeout factor. So the entire technology in the current hour is developed by a youngster, designed by a youngster, and tested by a youngster, right? Now, the moment you actually start dissecting your entire block into various segments from a very, very emotional perspective that my father is getting affected or my mother is getting affected, you punch in 387, the person lifts up, sees from a distance, yes, this is the channel I want, and then enters the command. And then it gets punched at one go, right? Now, one solution for employee satisfaction, what I'm coming is it cannot work because the technology is fundamentally monolithic in nature. Again, what the Ford gave us, one car will sell in Kashmir to Kanyakumari. We are still doing the same thing in terms of technology.
So that was very interesting. And I think that brings us to the end of our time. Most importantly, I think for the audience, all these people who have very important roles in their respective organizations are thinking about customers, thinking about their employees while they are deploying the new age technologies. I think that is what trust is all about, that you are doing the right thing for your customers, for your employees. But with that, I mean, I thank all of you for making time, and thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you.
A lot.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for that very, very insightful discussion. I request you to remain on stage as I once again welcome Mr. Sharad Gupta onto the stage to present the speaker certificates to all our speakers. Starting with, first Mr. Sanjay Tiwari. Mr. Sandeep Pujari. To Mr. Vijay Bahu Joshi. And as well as the moderator for the session, Mr. Govind Korekar. Thank you for eliciting those fantastic responses from our speakers, and I think it's been absolutely insightful to hear each and every one of you here today. And once again, request everyone to join together for a group photograph, please. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you once again. All right, so we have a fantastic presentation coming up, but before which, for customer experience leaders, the pressure to deliver exceptional service is intensifying, especially in this era of instant gratification. Now, traditional challenges such as delivering personalized experiences, ensuring consistency across multiple channels, as well as providing round-the-clock service have long plagued these CX initiatives. Now today, generative AI, Gen AI, stands at the forefront and the technological advancements promising to tackle the perennial issues and redefine the standards of customer interactions. So research has shown that close to 87% of the customers cite high-quality service as an increasingly important factor influencing their purchasing decisions. So before I go ahead and read some more, I have a quick show of hands over here. How many of you, as consumers or customers yourself, have not shopped from the brand where you have not enjoyed the customer experience yourself? A quick show of hands. There you go. That's very few numbers. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And that says it all, right? The numbers actually says it all, that at the end of the day, that customer experience touchpoint truly matters. And what we're going to do right now is, while the proliferation of Gen AI showed consumers that what technology is truly capable of, we're also living in an always-on, hyper-connected culture. And it's an era in which that's just dawning it, that yet deploying these technologies within customer services can be complex. So what we're going to do now is go ahead and invite the RVP of Asia Zendesk onto the stage, who happens to be none other than Maureen Chong. I would invite her onto the stage as we have a presentation coming up.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Maureen. Thank you for joining us in this session today. So as I mentioned, my name is Maureen Chong. I am the RVP for India and Asia at Zendesk. I'm based in Singapore, but I do have family in Delhi. Right? If you want to find out more, we can talk more later at the back in my booth there. So I'm here today to present a fresh perspective of the evolution of CX in the AI era. This is a topic which has been dealt with extensively, but based on our extensive interactions with CX and business leaders across the world, we do have a unique perspective on how companies can excel in the current AI-led era. Now, every few decades, new technology is developed that revolutionizes customer service. We've seen this time and time again with the invention of major technologies like the telephone, the internet, Web 2.0. Now, these inventions completely changed the way that we did business, the way that we interacted, and the way that we all got help. Today, we're standing on the precipice of the next technology revolution, AI, which we think will be the biggest disruption to CX we've ever seen. So why is this the case? Why will AI lead to such a major disruption in CX? If you think about what makes it hard to deliver good customer experiences, it comes down to three constraints: volume of interactions, quality of support, and the cost for businesses to provide support. Each time a major technology was introduced in CX, like I mentioned, the telephone, the internet, and Web 2.0, it made it easier to handle all of these constraints. Higher support volume at a higher quality and at a lower price. Now, the great news is, even though all three of these constraints are elevated and putting enormous pressure on your businesses, AI will tackle these constraints better than any other technology we've seen today. With AI, we anticipate these constraints will once again be improved in these same ways as past technologies. But the difference with AI as a disruptive technology versus the ones we've seen in the past is that the core of this technology, AI, makes customer support better. Gen AI is powered by extensive training to give models extremely deep levels of knowledge that can be used then to understand a problem or question and then provide the right answer. Now, additionally, AI will disrupt CX more than any other technology to date because it tackles these three constraints more than any other technology we've ever seen. AI can immediately automate large amounts of volume, ensuring your quality standards are met and at a lower marginal cost. So now that we have specifically talked about why AI will lead to the biggest disruptors, let's now talk about how it will do that and what will change specifically in CX. So I found it helpful to look at it from 6 different lenses, 6 different pillars that I see in CX. And these are user experience, knowledge, integrations, people, outcome, and analytics. Now, to make it simpler, we'll just focus on 3 because we are a bit short on time. We'll only speak about 3 of these, which are knowledge, integrations, and people. Starting with the first pillar, where are we today? Now, over the last 20 years, CX teams have steadily been capturing and documenting more and more knowledge, using it to help agents and customers through self-service. We've seen businesses adopt self-service and using basic AI to automatically resolve questions. Most of us are actually self-serving regularly. You go on Google, you ask a question, it comes up with 10 blue links for you. And this knowledge requires humans to manually create it from different sources of knowledge which are completely siloed. This is an issue, and this is why the average self-service success rate as shared by Gartner is about 14% today, which means that 80+% are not self-service. That is a lot that we can improve on. My daughter is 16 years old. She wants to get answers as quick as possible. And if she doesn't get an answer, she'll move on to the next business, the next website, the next video. So where are we going today? Self-service becomes much more efficient with generative AI. We've already seen this today with Gen AI's world knowledge, an ability to generate comprehensive answers aggregated across various sources. We're going to move to a world where we can just ask a question in natural language and get the right answer. AI will make capturing knowledge automatic, so more and more is being documented and unified along with other sources. Now, all of these improvements from AI will result in 80% of support resolved automatically instead of the less than 20% that we see today. Now, let's move to the second pillar, integrations. Just like knowledge, today more data and systems are siloed and scattered. Your agents are toggling across multiple systems to update, to find information, and take action as well. Now, Gartner ran a study last year that showed the impact of application sprawl. They found that 47 of digital workers struggle to find information or data needed to effectively perform other jobs. Now, as a result of these siloed systems, workers are often missing important information and as a result making the wrong decision or even making a delayed decision, which causes unhappy customers. With AI, it will become significantly easier to bring all data and systems together, just like with knowledge. Now, solving the integration challenge is one of the biggest challenges in CX, and we believe that AI can now finally have the potential to help us bridge that gap. Now, getting an LLM up and running is actually a pretty straightforward task. But with every LLM, it requires additional context that isn't on the open web. So there are a variety of techniques that we use to add this context. We fine-tune them, we've trained the weights, and the most common is providing more context with additional information. Now, AI can help find all of this info and write generative two-way data and system integrations, making your agents' lives easier. Now, this is our third pillar, people. I'm talking about your human agents, the staff in your help center. For many years, delivering more and better support has meant hiring more agents. Call centers, BPOs, were an entire industry created to provide humans at scale to a business. Now, this approach has been very limiting. As human labor is expensive, it hasn't always been financially feasible for businesses to staff a knowledgeable team that can immediately answer your customer questions 24/7. On top of that, a knowledgeable and skilled agent are expensive. How easy is it to attract talent and retain them? Right? We see an average turnover of about 30% for agents. And it takes a lot of time to train them. And it isn't until 2 years plus that an agent's knowledge is sufficient enough to maximize customer satisfaction. It's clear how limited we are today with people being the variable in creating scale and knowledge preservation. Now, with AI, we expect to see a significant shift in the role humans play in CX. As AI progresses, it can resolve 80+% of support inquiries, so there's a reduction in the number of agents required. There will be CX roles for escalations that AI did not resolve. We are advocating that AI agents will be there, but human agents are there for complex escalations, complex problems. AI will still work alongside these agents as a co-pilot. Now, to close, it's clear that AI has the potential to dramatically disrupt CX, and this isn't just in pockets of CX, but across all key pillars, the ones that you see here. Support all channels to improve the user experience, right? Unify knowledge so that you can resolve 80% of issues easily. Leverage AI to bring data and systems together. Use AI to support your agents, and have agents support the AI as well. We're both training at the same time. Automate insights with recommendations using AI. Now, this next technological disruption comes when the constraints are again adding pressure to your business. Embrace AI to help you flip these constraints in favor of your business. Have AI handle the bulk of your volumes. Have AI help you with the quality of your responses. And at the same time, extend your costs. Make sure that your cost is marginal. And we might be a bit anxious for this AI-driven future, but if you embrace this, it will completely change the course of your business. Now, at Zendesk, these are a couple of customers that we work with. We've been around for the last 15 years. We've helped digital natives, like the ones that you see here, power their industry and their customer satisfaction. Now, this is the Zendesk suite. It brings together everything under a single roof so that businesses can execute on intelligent customer service strategies. And when combined with the power of our advanced AI and ADPP SKUs, customers can then unlock the full capabilities of our platform. This is one of my last slides. Now, this is what meet Zendesk AI. Now, Zendesk AI is the core of our platform. We use it from the front, which is engaging with your end customers with AI agents, to supporting your agents itself as being a co-pilot, and then finally also giving you insights and analytics. And with that, we have a lot more on how these intelligent tools can help your businesses. I do have limited time. However, we do have the booth at the back. We'll be happy to continue the conversations with you. And I look forward to connecting with you throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chong. May I request you to remain on stage? We just have a speaker certificate we would like to share with you. Mr. Sharad, request you to please join us on stage once again and present the speaker certificate to Ms. Chong. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on how businesses can chart out that growth using AI. Thank you so much once again, Ms. Chong. Thank you, Sharad. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure as we have fantastic food for thought from here, the thoughts are on food instead. And with that, we will be taking a quick lunch break. It's for 45 minutes. A good time to connect with one another and enjoy the delicious lunch. And join us back because we still have fantastic insights stemming from the conclave as well. So join us back after 45 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. See you on the other side of the break.
and all their work. It also
We hope you had a fantastic meal as well as those delicious desserts. And I hope you're all set for the next set of sessions in the second half of the conclave today. Now, customer experience today is largely about little moments, and coming up is our keynote address, which is all about Purple Goldfish, 10 keys of creating a memorable customer experience. Now, unfortunately, our keynote speaker is not physically present here and joining us today, so we do have a video presentation that's going to come up, and that's where we have our speaker, who's a TEDx speaker, Forbes contributor, and a CX expert, Mr. Stan Phelps, who will be sharing via this video his insights on Purple Goldfish. Now, all of you are all set. It's the second half of the day, and we're all set with the video as well. So let's take a look at the video and let's listen to Stan Phelps.
Hi, I'm Stan Phelps, and I'm honored to be here today as part of the CX Transformation Conclave in Mumbai. And I want to thank Team Marksmen for having me out to be able to share my thoughts on customer experience, specifically to share the concept of the purple goldfish. Now, why is customer experience so important? Well, according to Gartner, recent research, almost 9 out of 10 companies say that the number one thing that they're going to compete on is the experience that they provide. Now, you only have to go back just a decade when they asked that same question. And a decade ago, only 36% of companies thought that customer experience was the most important. Here's another stat from Gartner. Gartner said if you could just hold on to the customers you have and reduce your churn by just 5 percentage points. If you could do that, hang on to more customers, right, lose 5% less, your profitability would go up between 25% all the way up to 95%. Why such a big jump if you can just hold on to more customers? It's because of a simple truth that I think few understand, that all customers are not created equal. I have to take a step back here for a second, because I'm going to tell you that you need to create a great experience, that you need to take care of the customers you have. But to be honest, for my first 20 years working with big organizations in marketing, everything I did was not about the customer. It was about the prospect. And I chased a thing called impressions. And I would do crazy things to get in front of the prospect's eyes and ears. Let me show you some examples. These are crazy. I once helped create the world's largest logo. That's for KFC. It was so big, you could actually see it from space. And I know that because we shot it with the Google satellite. We did it near Area 51. It was so big, 650 million media impressions. It went viral. I've done things like put a 7-story tall M&M on a barge and float it right into New York Harbor, right in front of Lady Liberty herself. I've even once put a 40-foot Viking ship into Times Square for Walmart to launch all of the merchandise for a movie called How to Train Your Dragon. Now, I tell people when I did this event, I said, Stan, you've went too far, but wait for it. Wait for this next event. I once gave away a Mediterranean island for a brand called I Can't Believe It's Not Butter with this guy, Fabio. Now, all I knew was these programs, many of which were successful, they weren't scalable and they weren't sustainable. And I thought there must be a better way forward. And literally 15 years ago, I had what I call my moment of truth. And here I am sitting in a rooftop bar in New York City. And I'm with a colleague. We're about to go to an event. And I notice an older gentleman sitting right across from us in this rooftop bar. And he's by himself, and I start feeling bad because a half an hour goes by, no one shows up for this guy. So I lean in just to start conversation, and we start talking about the etiquette of being on time. And I'll never forget, this older gentleman looked at me and he said, on time He said, no one in the world is ever on time. And I said, wait a second, I've been on time before. I go, not often. And I'll never forget it. He stuck his finger in my face and he said, no, 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 no. He said, in fact, on time is a myth. He said, people in life are either early, he said, or they're late. He said, no one is ever just on time. And I'll never forget it. I thought to myself, that same thing applies to the customers that we serve each and every day. And everyone here that's listening right now, does anyone simply just meet the expectations of a customer that you serve? I would say no, if we're being honest, because what happens is we either exceed their expectations or we fall short. And given the choice of doing a little more or doing less, I immediately started to look for organizations that did little things to go above and beyond to create that amazing experience. And I called these things what I called a purple goldfish. Little things that you do to go above and beyond the transaction to honor the relationship. Now, why a goldfish? Now, part of the reason behind the goldfish was inspired by a hotel chain in North America called Kimpton. And this hotel chain totally gets the guest experience. They do a lot of little things to stand out. Free coffee in the lobby, wine tasting, they're pet friendly. But I love this. If you're staying at some of these Kimpton properties and maybe you're getting a little lonely, the hotel will give you a pet goldfish for your stay. And it's a program that they call Guppy Love. Now that's part of the reason behind the goldfish, but the other reason is a little even more personal to me. This is me when I was 6 years old. Look at all the hair that I used to have. I'll never forget, a goldfish was my very own first pet. Do you remember your first pet? Mine was a goldfish. I won it at a carnival, at a fair, and I remember my goldfish, Oscar, was pretty small. And it turns out that the average goldfish is only about 8 to 8.5 centimeters. To put that in perspective, that's the size of an average person's thumb. Now, come to find out, and I've done some work for Guinness, so I've verified this, the world's largest goldfish is nearly, you're looking at it right here, nearly 50 centimeters. Now, how is that even possible? Well, it turns out if you're a goldfish, there are 5 distinct reasons of why you will grow. But here's the interesting thing. Those same 5 reasons apply to every organization that's watching this right now. Those same 5 factors apply to your growth as well. So let me break them down for you. I'm going to tell you the goldfish growth factor, and then we'll talk about how it applies. Here's number 1, if you're a goldfish. The size of the bowl or the pond that you're in. And the bigger the bowl, the bigger the pond, the more they typically grow. So what's that for your organization? It's simply this. It's the market that you serve. And the bigger the market that you serve, the total market, the more you can grow. Here's number 2. Pretty simple. Their growth is also impacted by who? The amount of other goldfish in the bowl or the pond. And this one works in an inverse relationship. The more goldfish there are, the harder it is to grow. So who are the other goldfish for your organization? It's simply your competition, right? Who are you going up against? And the more competition you have, the harder it is to grow. Here's number 3. The quality of the surrounding environment that your goldfish is in, right? So think about the entire environment that surrounds you. And based on how that environment is, will determine how big you potentially can get. So the amount of nutrients, the clarity of the water. So for this one, we have to think kind of outside our organization. It's simply this: the economy. And those economic factors can influence our ability to grow. Here's number 4 if you're a goldfish: how you do in the critical first 4 months of your life. So how you do as a baby goldfish, a fry, will impact how big you ultimately get. And so in business, what are you called typically your first 4 months of life? Well, simply you're a startup. And how you do in this critical time will be a factor of how well you'll do down the road. Here's number 5, genetic makeup. So what is that goldfish born with that separates it from all of the other goldfish? And the stronger their genes are, and the more that they're separated, the bigger they get. Conversely, if their genes are weak and they're like all of the other goldfish, the less they typically grow. So what's genetic makeup for your organization? It's simply this: it's the extent that you're different. Now, here's the thing. We all know it's important to be different, but it's not just what you do. It's more why you do it, and as it relates to experience, how you do it, how you deliver that experience. Now, of the 5 things we talked about: market, competition, economy, startup, differentiation, who controls the market? If we're being honest, no one controls the market unless you're a monopoly. How about competition? Do you control your competition? No, not unless you're acquiring them. How about the economy? If you control the economy, please see me after. And I'm assuming most people listening right now have been with organizations that have been around for more than 4 months. So if we're being honest, the only thing we control is how we differentiate, not just what we do, but again, why we do it and how we do it, the experience. So the goldfish is just a metaphor for growth via differentiation. Now, why purple? So purple is an ode to this iconic American city. What am I talking about? New Orleans. And specifically, it's an ode to its most famous event, which is Mardi Gras. And the reason why purple is one of the 3 official colors of Mardi Gras, purple, green, and gold, but it's an ode to one word that comes from New Orleans that dates all the way back to the 1800s. And it's a word that Mark Twain once said in his autobiography, that this was a word worth traveling all the way to New Orleans to get. And that word is called lagniappe. Now, lagniappe is French and Spanish. It's a Creole word. It literally means the gift or to give more. And it's the idea that if you're the business, that you do a little something more to honor the relationship with the customer. You just don't do the transaction, you do a little bit more to go above and beyond. And so I mentioned this thing called the purple goldfish. I started to look for examples of companies that did little things to go above and beyond. And I started to crowdsource examples. People would send me more, I would write about them, and I collected over 1,000 examples. It took just over 2 years to collect all of the examples. But when you look through hundreds of examples, you start to see the patterns of how you can do this. And it turns out there's 10 ways that you can do a purple goldfish. 10 different ways, 5 of which relate to a category that I call value. Right? These are little things that you do to go above and beyond for your customers to add value as part of the experience. And then there are 5 elements that are about maintenance. So how do you do little things to make it easier for your customers to be able to do business with you? How do you reduce the effort that they have to put forth and be more convenient? Now, I want to end today with a story about Walt Disney. And I'm going to take you all the way back to the founding of the first park Disneyland in Anaheim, California, all the way back in 1955. Now, it wasn't an overnight success. In fact, they had a lot of problems in the beginning, but Walt absolutely loved parades. And just 2 years, in 1957, Walt had an idea. And his idea was to do a holiday parade right down Main Street at Disneyland. And in order to pull off this parade in December of 1957, he would have to build floats, he would have to hire people. It was going to cost Disney back then $350,000. And when the accountants and the finance people heard this idea, they flipped out. They immediately found Walt, they sat him down, and they tried to talk sense to him. They said, Walt, don't do the parade. And they reasoned with him. They said, these people, they're already going to be in the park. They're not going to miss the parade because they're not even expecting it. And Walt looked up at his accountants and he said, you know what? He said, that's exactly why we need to do the parade. He said, here at Disney, we always need to go above and beyond for our customers and our guests. Because if we don't, and they decide not to come back, it's going to cost 10 times the amount of money to get them to come back. Well, what did they do in 1957? Yeah, they did that parade, and it's now become one of the signature things that separates Disney from any other theme park. Now, Walt's mantra was simply this idea of always exceeding expectations. In fact, he had his own word for it. He called it plussing. And he would look at any experience and he'd say, how can we just plus it up and make it a little bit better? So as I finish today and you start to embark on this great conclave, my challenge to you is to think a little bit differently and get ready to think outside the bowl of how you might be able to do little things to improve the experience that you provide to your customers. And my hope is you're asking yourself, what's our signature little thing that we do? What's our purple goldfish? Thank you for having me, and have a wonderful rest of your conference.
All right, so that was Stanford's, ladies and gentlemen, and I think those are some actionable ways that we can increase our customer experience, and that was shared by him. I think that concept of purple goldfish is really intriguing. Well, before we move forward to our next panel discussion for the day, we have a video coming up by Salesforce. So could we have the team present the video, please?
MD sir, candidate.
Come in, young man. थोड़ा नेट प्रैक्टिस करें?
वाओ साहब, कस्टमर सपोर्ट में
इंडिया में कस्टमर्स की कमी है,
पर आप इस गेम में।
ये गेम मुश्किल नहीं है मैं बॉय, क्योंकि हमारे पास है एक ऑलराउंडर। सेल्सफोर्स करे आपके बिजनेस के लिए एवरीथिंग, सेल्स, सर्विस या फिर मार्केटिंग।
तो ऐसे बिजनेस ग्रो करते हैं
स्टेडियम के बाहर। सेल्सफोर्स, हेल्पिंग इंडियन बिजनेसेस ग्रो।
All right, and with that, let's move forward to our next panel discussion. I'm sure as we are also thinking about customer experience, we are also talking about prioritizing data privacy, and that's exactly what the next set of conversations are all about. So in an increasingly interconnected world where personal information is often shared, it's also stored and accessed by various entities, maintaining robust data privacy practices is truly essential. And it's essential for business aiming to establish and nurture that customer trust. I think in the morning, we already had an entire conversation dedicated to this about how do we create that trust amongst all our customers, and this would be an extension to that. So in this session right now, we will be exploring the significance of transparent data privacy policies, the strategies for effective communication, and real-world examples of successful implementation, as well as the numerous benefits businesses can reap from prioritizing transparency. Even as a consumer myself or a customer myself, I try my best to see if my data is being used at the right places. That's the area of concern even I, or I'm sure all of us here in this room, truly have. So how can all of us as businesses ensure that we can prioritize this customer data privacy? And that is what our conversation will be all about. So yes, the next session will see us delve into the essentials of building trust through transparent data privacy practices and a lot more. Now, I'm sure all of us can already see the stage is getting set because we have our speakers all ready and all set to share their insights on this topic of prioritizing data privacy of the customers. Meanwhile, as mentioned since morning, I hope all of you have been going ahead and sharing your thoughts, putting in your comments, and everything about the conclave or outside your conversations that you've had with one another using the hashtag TMCX Transformation. So I hope you've been doing that as well. We would love to hear your thoughts and see you engage on your conversations online as well, even as the conversations are continuing here offline as well. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and invite all our speakers as well as the moderator for this session, which is all about prioritizing data privacy. Let's go ahead and invite them one by one. Starting with, we have with us the head of data science from Simple. Ladies and gentlemen, could we have a huge round of applause as I invite Mr. Hemant Misra on the stage, please. We also have the regional sales leader for cloud specialist team Salesforce. We have Himanshu Rajpal joining him on stage. Coming up next, we have the head of customer service and customer experience anchored by Panasonic. We have Mr. Rakesh Gupta joining us on stage as well. And coming up next, we'd like to invite the head of customer service operations from Tata Click. We have with us Mr. Swapnil Sant as well joining as a speaker for this session. And finally, to moderate the session, may I invite the Director of Customer Strategy and Design from Deloitte India, Suman Sachinananda, to join us on stage as well. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is our first panel discussion in the second half of the conclave, and we look forward to fantastic insights once again from the panel as well. All right, Mr. Sumant, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, a warm welcome to all our panelists today. I'm assuming, after a good break, we'll have an interesting conversation. Now, globally, we are seeing data privacy and personal data taking a lot of relevance across various nations, right? Even in terms of, a lot of our the nations, they are bringing personal data as their priority. The second, what we are seeing is, while the laws are being very stringent, as we see laws becoming more and more stringent, right? There are several global players who are leveraging personal data and privacy as a key lever, right? In terms of enhancing their customer value proposition. And last, we are also seeing that a lot of organizations have put personal data and security as a key educational stuff for their employees, right? So clearly, we are seeing personal data being one of the most talked about topic in town, right? Now, my first question to all my panelists is, how do you, what strategy do you or your organization use to enable a great service, customer service, without really, compromising on personal data? So maybe we can start with you.
All right, Sumant. A pretty good question, and if we look at India, where DPTP is going to come very soon, and we can draw that GDPR, when it came, there was a big shake in the industry. And the similar thing may happen if we are not very, good about how to manage the PII data of our customers. And some of the things which we follow at Simple, they are pretty basics, and maybe, as the discussion goes, I'll be going into that, how those basics get formed over a period of time. So one basic is that if a data should not be there with somebody, this data should not be with that person. That's it. As simple as that, right? So let's say customer care people need not know about certain things about our customers, then that data is not available to them. As simple as that. Second thing, which is on occasion very important, because I come from the AI side, AI helping the CX, so that's the way I look at my role. We are very strict about the data on many occasions. So let's say the data being available versus data being used in the right fashion. That's very important. Just to give you an idea, UPI, all of you know, and UPI may have typically two parts, right? So maybe the phone number with at and then YBL, or maybe the Hemant.Mishra, let's say in my case, at something, and these are the two parts. Now the situation is, this becomes PII. Because there are two parts of it, the one part is PII. And this information should not be available as such, even if when we are developing the model. So what we do is, if we try to look at how the fraud happens, fraud is a very important thing in Simple, which is a fintech company. We need to have this information known in some form or the other. So we hash it. So think of it, if Hemant Mishra is the name of the customer and Hemant.Mishra @ something is UPI ID, less likely it's a fraud. If my phone number is matching with my UPI ID, it's less likely a fraud. So why not I encode my data in such a fashion that phone number and something is similar or same, but I cannot decode what the phone number is. And the pattern being there, I'm in a position to do something, right? So this is second part, which we very diligently follow. Third thing, which, because I have been with the AI for last 27 years, master's, PhD and everything, weak signals can also make very strong predictions if they are put together in a nice fashion. So it's not always that if PII is not available, I cannot make my models. That's a misnomer. With the simple signals, which could be weaker on occasion, putting them together in the right fashion, I can do a lot. So these are the different tricks which we use so that the data is always secure.
Thank you. I'll probably go next. I'll share with you a technologist's view, and this is a great cross-section of a panel where you get perspectives from across the industry. From a Salesforce perspective, we are in the business of building and transforming customer experiences. And we do this leveraging what we call as the C360 as the bedrock or the single source of truth when you build experiences bottoms up. And today, there are layers of complexity which are getting added into it because of privacy, data compliance. You upload a picture on social media, it becomes an asset and personal data. That's how important it is today. Now, what we do is, we do a few things which help you build this customer experience in a non-intrusive manner. Suman's operative word was non-intrusive. How do I do that? So first and foremost, when you build an experience, you go back to your design principles. You think about first level design principles of how is it that if you were a customer and you put yourself into the shoes of this customer, how is it that you would like that interaction to be drawn out? The second piece is that how do you remove redundancies, repetitiveness out of this particular process at the time of building these experiences? But it is not just as simple as that. Because when you build a customer experience, it's not for an isolated product or an isolated incident in a particular period of time. You are actually building this over the continuum of a customer life cycle. So how is it that you make it non-intrusive on a subsequent interaction basis? And here our thought process is that instead of going back to the customer every time and going back to the drawing board in order to fetch inputs and data, you start focusing on outcomes. And that is really where the power of artificial intelligence, the power of data cloud, the power of being able to unify and create a single source of persona for a customer starts to come into the picture. So every single outcome is actually aggregated and fed back to enrich the persona so that the subsequent interaction is better than the previous. And now this becomes a two-way street. And how? There is an added layer of complexity, which is with regards to privacy. I can't keep my data open. So I need to anonymize this data. And I need to mask this data. But I still need to keep that personalization and experience in place. So what do? You start leveraging the power of creating cohorts and hyper-personalization in order to be able to start segmenting people by key characteristics which are anonymized. And this is how you start doing this at an enterprise scale. Now this becomes a very interesting two-way journey. On one side, you are able to continuously keep on interacting and building this experience with the customer. And as a result of that positive experience, the customer keeps on feeding you with fresh data because of improved satisfaction. And this then becomes a positive cycle which feeds into itself and thereby helping enhance the overall customer experience. That's the limited view and thought from my end.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. A study says that dizziness catches up almost 30 minutes after the lunch, and we are right there. No? We are right there at the 30th minute post lunch. Hi. So I represent Anchor by Panasonic, and I'm a hardcore field services guy. So the data privacy, all those things which we spoke about, we are living in day in, day out. The consumers expect us to have personalized experiences. Now the hyper-personalized experiences. And when we look at these hyper-personalized experiences, obviously these comes with the data sets or the data points which we already have from the consumers. So it becomes a twin-sided sword, that whether we use the data for giving a personalized experience or we don't give that. So that's where the non-intrusive method comes up. So it is not something which you can define in an SOP or to a technician or to an engineer you can train in. It has to be embedded while you are designing the entire system. While you have designed your customer services CRM, you'll have to make sure that you take care of these data privacy points at that time only. What is the data has to be visible to the customer care executive or to the field service executive, or for example, when you are doing an NPS survey, pose that how much time you are keeping the data up with you and what are the efforts you are taking to get the data. We have seen technicians, when they visit at the customer place, they ask for as much as data possible. Sir, fridge bhi hai kya? Sir, TV kaun si company ka hai? Sir, iska AMC kab expire ho raha hai? Water heater ki AMC kar dun kya? So all those things happens when we become intrusive while collecting the data. Second important point, it doesn't feel intrusive when you ask for the data from consumer with his consent. Sometimes we collect many data points which even consumer knows that we have collected that. Or we do have it, for example, with all these new age technology products coming up where we have Alexas and the Googles giving guidances for the home lighting systems or home automation systems, there are data points which are being connected or collected. So we have to design our system that we connect the minimal possible data. For example, to reach your place, I need a specific data. No need to collect, give me the nearest landmark or give me your flat number or give me this, give me that. So the data collection also has to be limited. And the third and most important part is that ownership of data. It lies with whom and when. Continuation to what Himanshu said, that it should not be used for someone who is not entitled to that usage of that data.
Thank you, Rakesh.
Hi, good afternoon. So I represent fastest growing e-commerce company, that is Tata Click. When it comes to data security, data personalization, consumer behavior, I strongly feel when we talk about Tata, trust comes automatically. But to regain that trust, to maintain that trust, it is very important for us to maintain that data level of security for the customer base and consumer base who are being part of our ecosystem. And when we talk about our e-commerce as an industry, it's very volatile in nature. At the same time, having Tata Digital as our one of the biggest entity, we being a super app, being part of super app, it becomes more important and crucial for us to maintain that data sanity and security, because it's not about only that data is traveling under one ecosystem of Tata Click, it is across Tata digital platform that we have been catering to. Couple of interesting things that we do in order to ensure that our customers' data is being secured and is being privated such a way that our trust remains same on our customer and customers' trust remains on our Tata as brand. First and foremost is, as an e-commerce player, as a tech-driven industry, we have to have multiple technology partners. Salesforce is one of them, whom we are dealing with at the moment, and they have been our partner. And there are many more other partners because we drive omni-channel presence. Customer can reach out to us at contact center, at social media channel, service chat channels, lot of bot implementations that we do. So for that, we have multiple technology partner. And one of the very important factor for us is to have technology partner is to understand what level of data security that they deal with in the market. That's one of the key area for us where we as customer service team, technology team, product team, and one of our important pillar in the organization, that is InfoSec security team. They work together, they try to assess the partner first at the time of onboarding, and then they decide whether to go ahead with the partner, what level of data security, what level of measures, what level of certifications, ISO certifications are there with them, and then we move ahead in the journey of implementation and then going live with them. That's first. Second and very important part for us is to have our data secured through encryption, because there is a pipeline that is being created from both the sides, that is one from Tata Click side and the other side, that is our technology partner, who will be dealing with our data on a day-to-day basis. That data encryption is very important factor for us, because if the data is not encrypted, there is a high possibility that the technology partner may end up utilizing that data in a much better and faster way than us, because the entire data is residing in their ecosystem. Third very important factor is timely audits and third-party and external audits that are being conducted throughout, not only from the technology partner side, and that's how the agreements and assessments are being done periodically, but also from our side, whether the data is being kept under high level of security or not, because we have been hearing a lot when it comes to our government sites are being hacked, our different competitors' data are being hacked. And that's where it becomes very important for us to maintain that security for our customer database, because chances of losing the customer, chances of losing our revenue is directly proportionate to the security threats that we go through and we are undergoing every single day, directly, indirectly, in the ecosystem. Another thing is, while we talk about technology partners, while we talk about what sort of integrations that we do, but at the same time, a very important factor in customer service is, as rightly mentioned by the panelists as well, customer service team, customer associates who deal with the customer on a day-to-day basis. So one simple solution or one simple hack that we have implemented when it comes to our CRM, that is again being owned by Salesforce, customers' data, customers' addresses, customers' mobile number, everything is available there. Now, it is very important for our customer care agent as well to know certain information as part of their account security check when the customers are calling us. Now, how can we prevent that information? We have created a simple self-certification radio button, a very simple thing, but yet very important for us, where the agent is supposed to click upon that button, radio button, give a self-certification that I am accessing that customer's information right on the call. And there are certain ticklers and database that are being generated in the backend. So tomorrow, if there is anything that we need to assess or we need to investigate, we know who exactly at what time, at what date, from what system, which IP customer's data has been used or picked up or utilized for certain communication or maybe for interaction. So that is one way to probably prevent the data by keeping the data in the system from a visibility point of view. Another thing is, before COVID, it was very easy for all of us. We all are working from office. There are certain protocols that are being taken care at partner side, at outsourcing partner side. Mobiles are not allowed, etc., etc. But when it comes to COVID, after COVID, everything turned 180 degree for all of us. And that's where work from home had become a new way of working model. And capturing customers' data could have been a potential situation for all of us. We all might have been through that situation. So again, we have put multiple layers of security in agent systems as well, where VPNs are installed, where video capturings are installed. Every single click is being followed, targeted. Every data is being generated on a daily basis. By the end of the day, security teams are doing their own audits, conducting their own audits. They are trying to figure out multiple questions, multiple issues as to why this particular agent is probably available after their shift timing, why the systems are being accessed, etc., etc. So all those regulations are also being formed with the help of data security team, and that's where customer service, who is having entire data visibility of the customer, are also being protected such a way that it is between an agent and the customer and the agent, and the story ends there. There is no further data is being flown in anywhere else when it comes to communication point of view or when it comes to floating the information point of view. So yeah, these are certain measures or steps that are being taken care from a e-commerce point of view, and there's a long way to go, for sure.
Thank you everyone. I think underlying all of us resonated the same thing about how important it is to maintain that trust with the customer. But again, the methodologies that you brought in were pretty diverse and very interesting to hear. Now, moving on to my next topic, we are seeing increase in scrutiny of some of the tech CEOs globally, right? We are seeing government entities, lawmakers asking some of these CEOs, talk about how they are implementing, how they are using their user data, right? And this also, in terms of results in, at times, bad publicity for a lot of organizations. Now, one of the key things is, to bring in a culture of accountability within the organization. So, Hemant, my question to you is, as a part of a leading fintech firm, helping both payments, revolutionize payments, both for customers and merchants, how do you, imbibe this culture of accountability within your organization?
Yeah, good question again. And first thing is, those of you who have not interacted with Simple ecosystem, Simple is a buy now, pay later mechanism, right? And everything which a banking system may be doing, we also do, basically. And if you look at it, we try to underwrite the people, that, okay, this much credit can be given to the person. Then obviously we monitor them and we can do the credit upgrade and everything. But in the process, there is a lot of fraud also which happens. And this fraud also needs to be controlled by us only, right? So we have two things to be controlled. One is credit has to be increased, but the fraud has to be controlled. And if you can see, this is that dilemma, right? Which way you have to go, and you have to somewhere be in between. So let me give some perspective from the last maybe 15 years since I have been part of the industry. So I was with Xerox Research Center in Europe, and I was put in a project where I had to look at do some processing with the legal documents. And it was a very confidential data. And my manager who was there, a very simple trick was used that, let's say the word is cat, wherever the word cat is happening is replaced by the number 1. Wherever the word dog is there is replaced by the number 2, right? And this is the way the whole data has been encrypted. And now this data has been given to me, but not the key and the values, right? What is 1 is not known to me. And machine learning does not even need it, if you really look at it. So this way, I was able to, let's say, produce results, and then I gave the results back to my manager, and he was able to decode it and then, use it for the practical purposes. And this is somewhere in the time frame of 2010. So you see that Europe, in certain way, was already much ahead of the curve when it comes to data privacy and everything. Now, let's move the journey forward. And when I was at Swiggy, some 1 year back or something, we were having a collaboration with IT Jodhpur, where face recognition was one of the important tasks which we wanted to do. In this, we were having the IDs of our delivery executives. And these IDs have been submitted by them voluntarily. And these IDs we need to match when the person is doing the delivery in real time, right? So now this IDs, if you look at it, they are having a lot of PII. because the face is what we want to work with the IT Jodhpur team. But rest of the things, what is the PAN number, what is the date of birth, all these things were not important from this collaboration perspective. So first task was that let's hide everything which should not be going to IT Jodhpur, right? And this task has to be done by us. Again, boiling down to the same thing, the people should not get information which they should not be privy to, right? Why that information should flow. Because once the information is out of my hand, my control also loosens in a big way, right? And please remember that in data leakage or something, it's not a question of if it will happen. The question is when will it happen? Why? Because certain places, certain bugs, certain things which have been not being checked, they are the main reason any of this leakages happen, right? So you have to prepare from that perspective when leakage happens, what exactly we'll be doing, right? Now coming to the third one, let's say we were having certain information. We have decided in certain fashion how we'll be dealing with the data which is very confidential. So certain things that only the people who are supposed to be working on the data, they will be very, few numbers, let's say 2 or 3 people, who will be having access to the raw data. But this raw data cannot be taken out of the machine. It is there in the machine. And as you know, I am the one, or my team is the one which is developing the AI models. So having information but not able to take it out is the most important thing. These champions, what we call them, they will process the data, removing all the PII and everything. And the processed data devoid of all the important information, which is PII, is the one which is made available. And now this becomes what you say the barrier. And this barrier cannot be breached because the processed data which is available to the rest of the organization. This data is something for, let's say, developing the model, but PII has already been removed. So several such factors, every AI leader in the company has to make it sure that how the data flows. Because if this key and lock mechanism is not there, as I said, when the leak happens, lot of bad things will be happening in the organization. So this is some of the things which we do just to make it sure that the data leakage, if it happens, and we are safeguarded because the data leakage is of the type that there is not much information which the other side can get when it happens.
Thank you, Hemant, for that. In fact, one of the things that we are also observing is more and more data redaction keeps happening during active customer conversation where PII data is coming. So that's one of the measures we are seeing with some of our customers who are engaged with, day-to-day client connects. Now, moving on to the second topic, I think you brought on about the GDPR point, right? I still remember I was with Philips back in 2018, and GDPR had just kicked in, and it had just paused everyone's life who were delivering software to the European nation. And I think today, as a country in India, we are also going through that phase where the government of India has tabled DPDP, which will be regulated, which will help in regulating the use of personal data within India, right? So while it has not yet been enforced, I think that will be something for all of us to watch out for. Now, moving on to my next question to you, Himanshu, is we all know at Salesforce, you're one of the pioneers of innovation and technology. You're handling billions of customer records, billions of data that is identifiable with customers in certain scenarios. How do you manage the global compliances and still run innovation that really makes a difference for your customers?
Sure. A very interesting question, Sumant, and I think at the absolutely right time when we are in the throes of a major privacy revolution in the country. And I think there is a customer revolution or a realization that is coming up now. At its very fundamental, when I look at it as a customer, I think trust is at the front and center of any experience that gets built, right? But when we look at building this trust at an enterprise scale, when we look at building this in a situation where you have got multiple products, multiple stakeholders, a spaghetti of applications, siloed data sets, multiple technologies running in various vintages, right, across external and internal stakeholders, it's not as simple to be able to build this capability as it sounds. You live up to your brand promise and I'm there for you for life. Very simple to say. And you can peel the onions and the cows will come home and you'll still not be able to solve for privacy. It's not an overnight solution, right? It's an incremental process and it's a journey. Having said that, I think today when we look at Salesforce, and if I can present to you a Salesforce perspective, we have been working with customers globally across regulated industries particularly. I personally have had deep experience in financial services. I was running my own fintech prior to coming into Salesforce, and this is a place that I hold in deep regard with a lot of respect. When we talk about regulated industries and when we talk about building this entire capability of managing customer security compliance from a privacy standpoint, from a right to share standpoint, from a consent management standpoint, it has a lot of aspects to it. Data management, data governance, data minimization, something that we refer to, right? You don't collect data that is not needed. You don't use data that is not needed. Basic data security protocols, right to be forgotten, ability to be able to manage consent on a proactive basis. Managing privacy is not a one-trick pony. It has all of these components which are involved in it. And I think it requires an entity with a certain degree of maturity, depth of understanding, proven experience of working with major customers across to be able to successfully deploy and deliver these solutions. What we do as an organization is basically facilitate our customers become compliant, set a road and set a pathway for them to be able to build compliance. We have done this globally for GDPR compliance, for CCPA compliance, and for various other compliances across the globe based upon every country, continent, and the kind of privacy requirements that they need. Having just mentioned the kind of requirements that are there, which are entailed within security compliance, we have a few products which kind of naturally cater to these requirements. I'm not getting into the specifics of the products here, but it is sufficient to say that when we look at, let's say, Privacy Center, or field audit trail and monitoring, or ability to be able to mask data effectively, be able to encrypt data not just in rest but in transit as well, be able to provide auditable, demonstrable evidence of the digital footprint that the data has gone through within the life cycle of the organization. All of these are solutions that we have deployed and developed for our customers. Now, let's take an example of what it means from a practical standpoint. Let's say that you want to be able to define preferences on what data can be accessed by your internal stakeholder, let's say an employee, at what point in time, based upon the role type, what fields should be visible, for what period of time, and how data should get purged. Now, this requires not just a policy to be laid down, but this requires for a robust platform on which you are able to deploy these policies, activate these policies, backtest these policies, and ensure that you are continuously able to scale these policies and change them as the organization keeps on evolving and regulatory requirements keep on evolving. Or for that matter, let's say, for example, you want to streamline consent management. Now, you can't just for every time, single time that you require to take consent from the customer, you can't go around in a circuitous process and keep on collecting this. So can you develop a low-code, intuitive form or a template that is in the flow of work which you can surface to your customer, take consent for that particular transaction and be able to process it through? Now, this requires depth of understanding, maturity, and a platform to be able to support that, right? Or for that matter, if I have to be able to archive data proactively, how do you do it? without manual intervention all the time, but with the confidence that this archival is happening to the extent required and when required, right? How do you ensure that you are able to monitor what changes were made? By whom? Were they licensed to make that particular change? Will you now be able to evidence and demonstrate digitally? The operative word for DPDPA is digital. Digital first, no paper. Don't send me a system audit report after 45 days for a period which was 3 months ago. That's not what is required. The regulator is saying, you have a digital footprint, I need an evidence that this particular data, you did what you were supposed to do on the data. So you require the ability to be able to monitor those events, create audit logs, surface those audit logs, and yet keep it within a certain trust boundary to the people to whom it is supposed to be kept with. In simple words, these examples are what Salesforce does as a part of its security, trusted services, and data management solutions. That's how we help customers stay compliant.
That was very insightful, Himanshu. Thanks. One of the things what we are experiencing, across the technology industry is the advent of artificial intelligence, right? And now we are seeing generative AI being put in place, and a lot of solutions today are AI enabled, right? For example, today we are seeing in the contact center industry, conversational AI bots helping customers 24/7, mimicking how a human agent would speak with them, providing a great customer experience. In the medical field, you're seeing robots helping doctors, perform complicated surgeries, right? So there is a culmination of artificial intelligence and connected devices coming together. Now, my question to you, Rakesh, is since you are working in the connected world where a lot of data exchanges happen across devices, how do you ensure that the data security is maintained and the privacy is maintained while data flows across each of these devices?
Thanks, Suman. So, when we speak about data security, as I mentioned previously, that we have integrated our design systems during the product development where we are designing the IoT products or the AI-enabled products or the ML-enabled products. We are integrating the security measures within the product design itself at the inception level, so that later on it could not be breached at the hardware level. There are software level security measures which you can implement, and then there are hardware level, with the product design or at the PCB level itself. Then encryption, as mentioned by my fellow colleague, we do encrypt the data at all the levels, when it is captured, when it is being transmitted, when it is being stored. All those levels we have been encrypting the data to the maximum core possible level, because being in multinational organization, we deal with many consumers who are multinational and they are already under this GDPR and all. So although it is not being TPDP not being implemented in India, we are dealing with clients who are already compliant to GDPR. So consumers' requirement. Now I'll give you a couple of examples, very interesting examples about the audits which we regularly do on the IoT systems, on the artificial intelligence system we did. A couple of years back, Panasonic did a very marquee project. The Central Vista, the new Parliament House, the lighting systems and the audio systems are being done by Panasonic. Now imagine the level of pressure we are under to make the audio systems data secure of an Parliament House. The kind of audits we have been going on before every Parliament session. The audit agencies coming up, the ethical hackers coming up in picture, whether the systems are vulnerable or not. So for these market projects, same is with Varanasi Convention Center, Rudraksh. They're also lighting and audio systems done by Panasonic. So we do hire a lot of third-party agencies to test our own systems whether we are secure or not. So that's where we make our systems robust enough. Third, we do educate a lot to our consumers as well. Nowadays, if you see, there are premium plush residential products coming up, projects coming up for houses. Recently, we did a marquee project wherein, in Delhi, the entire house is switchless. It's completely audio controlled and gesture controlled. Everything, anything and everything in the house There's a gesture control, face recognition control, audio control. So then we'll have to make sure that we make our consumers aware that when it is not in use, how you can switch off these systems. When you are out of home or you are connecting through a mobile application, what necessary steps you should take so that your data could not be, gone into the wrong hands. So these are some of the things which we implement a lot in order to make sure that data is being only at the place where it is supposed to be.
Excellent, excellent insights. Moving on to my next topic, I think we touched upon how omni-channel is one of the most important strategy, especially when we are looking at a consumer market, right? And along with that, hyper-personalization is one of the key requirements that we see today in the buying pattern of our customers. Now, one of the interesting things that we tend to not really put attention is how, at a forefront of customer, your data is flowing across different channels, across different partners. So you would have a partner who might be doing your sales or who might be running your contact centers, front-ending customer conversation. So Swapnil, for you, considering Tata Click is across all of these, how do you control the data flow that is happening across each of these different channels? How do you maintain privacy when you are engaging with your partners who are front-ending your conversations or customer touch points?
Thanks, Sumant. That's a tricky one and interesting as well for us. While you touched upon omni-channel, which I have already spoken about in my previous answer, but one area I think that's another important area for us to look into is supply chain. Customer reached out to me, customer bought some product from my platform. The story doesn't end there for us. The journey starts from there when that information is being passed on to seller or brand to ship the product, to create the invoice. Post that, that product is being passed on to supply chain team when it comes to delivery of the product. Then the product is reaching out to a front end or field executive who is reaching out to the customer by calling, can I come to your place? Can I deliver the product today or tomorrow, etc. So that's how the handoff of information is being done for customer data such a way that it is being visible, but it shouldn't be visible at the same time. Now, when I say it should be visible and it shouldn't be visible, seller should have the information as to where the product is supposed to be shipped, because he or she is supposed to generate the invoice and pack the product. So that's where, again, data security comes into the picture, where each seller or brands are having certain portal through which they get to know that this is the inventory that I'm supposed to pack and ship it for the customer, and supply chain or logistic partner will come to my place and pick up the product I'm supposed to hand over. And that's where there also we put multiple layer of authentication processes. First, they are supposed to have a proper login, their IPs are being tracked. Second, whatever customer information being utilized by that particular seller or brand are again giving that consent to us, and those are being captured in our ecosystem in the backend. So that's the first layer of security check that we are putting in place. Then when it comes to supply chain is a very vast ecosystem. You cannot control that when it comes to people involved into it. After a point, technology is there, but when people are involved into that ecosystem, and that too at a ground level, it's very difficult for us to then cater to those requirements of customer. There are customers who have obligation as to why my informations are being given or my mobile number is given to the front-end executive. They may misuse it. And that's where, again, masking of contact number of the customer, whitelisting of the contact number are being put into the picture. Third is when the call center agent is calling the customer, again, customer has certain obligation as to why my numbers are being communicated or shared. There also we have a lot of technology advancements and involvement put in place. When it comes to agents are not supposed to dial the number of the customer. There has to be a soft phone from system itself. With one click, the call should be landing into customer mobile, because any information that is being put manually is being stored somewhere. And that's where the data integration and data security that comes into the picture, as rightly mentioned by a fellow panelist as well, that data is being used, data is being prevented. How it is being prevented? Without encryption, it can't be prevented. And that's where same encryption technologies that are being used at Tata Click as well. And when it comes to hyper-personalization, again, the hyper-personalization word means enough for us to understand that customer needs personalization, and we need to have that personalization in order to have the revenue boost up. And that's where one of the loyalty program that we have been running, there also we have put lot of data security layers in order to ensure customer gets enough personalization, but at the same time, customer's data is secured by putting encryption in place. And whoever is accessing customer's information are taking certain level and layers of approval. Post that only that executive or agent or that loyalty program expert is supposed to access customer information, and that communications are being done to our customer as well, because those are all our high revenue and high ARPU customer who have been dealing with us, and they don't want their informations are being passed on, because some set of customers are celebrities, some set of customers are coming from political backgrounds, etc. And that's where they are more concerned than us about their own data security and their data, mobile number and other PII related concerns. So that's how the entire ecosystem is working. And of course, marketing is another area. When it comes to marketing, they are supposed to take certain consents from customer before they communicate certain information or passing on certain offers or details to the customer. So they are also obligated, and a lot of rules, guidelines that we are supposed to follow. There are a lot of whitelisting activities that are being done. Even if you are sending one basic transactional communication to the customer about their order detail or about the shipping of the product or delay of the delivery of the product, we are supposed to have the entire content whitelisted in the system such a way, once it is approved, then only it is being triggered to the customer. So not only government or government bodies are dealing with it, but also we are also obligated, not because of the government pressure or government rules or regulation or obligation, but to ensure that what Tata believes in, Tata Trust, that trust remains throughout in customer journey, be it data security, be it quality of product delivery, or be it the customer satisfaction or customer obsession that we believe in as Tata Group. Yeah.
Thank you, Swapnil. I think this was really insightful. Just as a closing remark for our discussion, I think there were a lot of learnings that I personally had based on each of your experience, based on each of your knowledge about how you are implementing your technology, your solution, keeping personal data at the core of transformation. So thank you all for all the insights to us. It was really helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for those rich insights. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Akash Tiwari, the co-founder of Team Marksmen Network, to please join us and present the speaker certificate to all our speakers, starting with Mr. Hemant Mishra. And we can have that round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. I think rich insights coming straight here in this panel discussion. So truly thankful to all the speakers on stage. Our next speaker certificate to Mr. Himanshu Rajpal. Mr. Rakesh Gupta. And to Mr. Swapnil Sant. And to Mr. Sumant Sachidananda for brilliantly moderating that panel discussion as well. And we request all the gentlemen to please come together for a group photograph as well. gentlemen. Thank you so much. And up next, we have a very interesting session that talks about unlocking CX excellence. Meanwhile, I just thought to quickly check with some of you. I could notice that we were taking some fantastic photos outside at the booth. How many of you managed to do that? To capture some of the photos? Yeah, some of you are there. Brilliant. I think it was good to watch you all experience the photo booth and capture some amazing memories from the conclave. So thank you. Thank you so much for that. All right, so with that, let's move forward to our next session, ladies and gentlemen. Now, companies have always strived to deliver great customer experience, clearly. And an aspiration that's been evident in the way customer experience has evolved over the past couple of years. Now, many trends that have arisen have now become table stakes in providing exceptional CX. For example, as we just discussed right at the start of the conclave, all about the omni-channel operations. We also spoke about artificial intelligence that's powering the customer support and the continued importance of personalized experiences as well. Now, while there are a multitude of changes, there are some trends that stand out as the vectors that could help drive revenue growth, as well as enhance the reputation of the brands. And that's exactly what our next set of discussions will be all about. So with that, let's move forward and invite the speakers onto the stage, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we can see their names on the screen right up there. So let's invite the speakers, starting with, we have with us Sandeep Jindal, the Vice President of Customer Experience from Miko. And joining him, we have Shilpa Vodapalli, the Senior Principal Customer Success Manager from Zendesk. Could we have a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we invite the speakers on the stage, and let's have the conversation begin.
Hello. Yeah, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. Very excited to have you all join us for this conversation around unlocking CX excellence this afternoon. Very pleased to have Sandeep Jindal, VP of Customer Experience at Miko. Sandeep, why don't we let's get started on the key areas of focus for you when it comes to CX for this year?
Sure. Before I talk about the key focus areas, I think it will be equally important to highlight some of the key challenges which we face at Miko. See, at Miko, we create robots for kids, the conversational robots for kids between 5 to 10 years of age. And while we sell these robots in roughly around 150 countries all over the world. So, and while the customers purchase these robots all through the year, most of the customers, upwards of 70% customers gift these robots to their kids on Christmas, and that's when all these activations happen, probably between 25th December to 30th of December onward. Like 1 week is super critical for us. Our volumes do not go up by 40-50%. It can go up by 40-50 times. So that's the kind of challenge we generally face, and the customers can be from all over the globe. A lot of customers will be speaking English, and some customers will be speaking all the different languages.
Right.
One of our biggest challenge lies in that how do we manage this influx of volume during the year-end period, during the Christmas. It's equally important to note that, because the customers are giving these robots to their kids, it's equally important that they don't find challenges in setting up these robots and getting started with it, because that will probably spoil their Christmas.
Yeah.
And customers will, not only dislike our brand, I think they will probably hate us for spoiling Christmas for their kids. So it's very important for us to solve for this.
Yeah.
Now, to make sure that, we succeed in resolving this kind of a challenge, what we generally focus on is, first of all, to make sure that our product and services work as seamlessly as possible. Our customers should not face any challenges in setting it up, setting up their robots and getting started with them. And similarly, like in case they do face any challenge, then 90% of our customers should be able to self-support them without reaching out to human support. So as I said, our volumes go up multiple times. So there is no way we can provide that much of human support.
Right.
So 90% self-support is the bare minimum number which we target, and we try to go as high as possible.
Yeah.
And thereafter, another thing which we really focus on is to have our ratings across different sales platforms like Amazon, Walmart, Target, wherever we are selling online. You know, if the customer's experiences are good, hopefully they will give us good rating, and good rating means probably more trust and more sales.
Exactly.
So I think these tend to be our key goals at Miko.
Oh, okay. Yeah. 90% self-service is massive. Could you talk to some of the strategies that you apply, what tools you have in your arsenal to be able to get that number?
Yeah, so I think when it comes to achieving the 90% self-support, I think the biggest, arsenal is the data. Like, you need to continuously assess the data. Why are the customers, reaching out to you? What exactly are the areas where they probably need support? As I said, like, first of all, your product should be awesome. So we collect, all the VOC, customer VOC. It can be from the tickets which are getting generated, the CSAT, the NPS scores. Even if the customers are reaching out to us, and browsing through our knowledge base or help center, we'll look at all of this data very closely and try to see if there is anything where product can be improved, we try to fix it. If there is anything where probably we can just create a new article in the knowledge base so that customers can self-search and get empowered, we do that. Yeah. If we can probably, improve our chatbot, or probably we can make some of the resolution steps easier, probably empower our agents wherever possible. Okay, so I think these are the things which we really, really focus on. And that's how we have been able to continuously, in the past 1 year, we have consistently achieved 90% plus self-support.
Amazing. Yeah, that's some compelling numbers there. And you've had consistent attention to self-service, omni-channel, proactive support in the CX space. And you've done this all, right? In terms of business benefits, what tangible value are you seeing with regards to, all of these that you have applied?
Sure. So, when it comes to business benefits, I think, the investments definitely, have really given us a lot of benefits. To start with, as I said, like, we have our customers all over the world. They talk in different languages. When I joined Miko 2.5 years back, we used to provide inbound call support as well. And I realized that there is no way we can answer all of our customers when the volume shoots that high. So we stopped inbound call support. We do still have outbound call support, like wherever customer requests us. There are certain customers who prefer to be called. They want to speak over the call, so we call them. But otherwise, so we replaced it with the knowledge base, and we replaced it with the chatbot. And the beauty of the chatbots are we use Zendesk for all of our support needs. And we create our articles in a particular language, basically English. And if customer is talking in, let's say, French or so, while chatting with us, the answer automatically translates. I remember initially when I joined in and I was talking to my CEO, like, we are going in Europe and we are going in Dubai. We probably need to hire people who can talk French, who can probably converse in Arabic and all. And it is mighty expensive to hire all these multilingual folks. And I think our expense has been a fraction of it because we are able to do it using the bots. Similarly, using the help center and the chatbot, as I said, like, with 90% self-support, that basically means my support expense has come down by more than 70%. Probably I would have spent, that much more money to provide support to my customers. And obviously, it may not be round the clock, instantaneous. So I think we have all the tools available, and using them has been really a benefit to us.
Excellent. Great to hear that. And obviously, we do at Zendesk have a very strong foundation in terms of the platform, and we have layered on top of that AI, workforce management, and also quality assurance to stay relevant and also to make sure we align to the evolving needs of the businesses. And I know you have all of these solutions in your portfolio. Could you talk to some of the overall benefits and the business growth that you're seeing with regards to these applications, and also at the same time, given that you come with over 20 years of experience in the industry, and I'm sure you must have reviewed a lot of other solutions in your tenure, what stands out with regards to your experience with Zendesk?
Sure. Right. So, as I said, I have actually in my 20 years of experience, I've worked with different solutions. And what really stands out for Zendesk is that I think if you have a problem, I think they have a solution. Starting with omni-channel support, which is super critical in these days. I think we use all the channels. We are there on. We use Zendesk Talk for calls. We use support platform for email and chat. We use it also provides all the social channels. So we use all of them. We use WhatsApp. Recently, we started using proactive WhatsApp and even SMS as well. Right. For all of our global customers. So I think all the channels get covered there. Right. And also, apart from the general support, I think, our team is completely remote. And one of the challenges which I used to face was to understand if my team is really being productive. Mm-hmm. And when I was looking for a solution, I came across Zendesk WFM, and we started using it. And I must say that now we have much better clarity when my team is working or not. And I think just by bringing in this particular solution, our occupancy and efficiency has increased by roughly around 25 to 30%, which is a huge jump, and a huge saving as well. Similarly, when I joined Miko, we were doing all the auditing manually in Google Sheets and Google Forms. Very time consuming, very difficult to build reports there, very difficult to really implement and give feedback to the team members. Sure. And then again, we started using Zendesk QA as well, and it has really helped us, a lot. A normal manager, the number of audits they used to do, today they can do more than double the audits because they don't need to get bogged down by this, filling up the forms, making the reports manually. Agents get a visibility about their performance, how much of the cases have been audited, what is their score, what's working, what's not working. I think the feedback is real time. So I think all these tools are super important and easy. Makes the life easy for customer support managers. And probably to add one more point, I think last year we also started using Zendesk AI as well. And I think that again has been a game changer. Multiple fronts. I think while we were already using the chatbot using Zendesk platform, but with Zendesk AI coming in, we started, we just need to make sure that our help center is up to date and it will be able to generate answers from there and reply to the customers. And I think that was really empowering because earlier I used to train the bot again and again wherever there was a process change at any stage. A lot of that requirement has gone away, and plus it brings in a lot of flexibility. If I want to auto-generate a response, or if I want to, create my own steps in certain places, or probably I need to just redirect to a support agent. So I think it gives a lot of flexibility. At the agent level, somewhere I always had complaints how we used to, write emails to the customers. Never a fan of that, but I think with this Zendesk AI thing, I think my agents can write a response and it can help us to expand the answer or probably make it more professional or friendly. And the answers the email looks really good. I think it's a win-win situation for my team members as well. They are really happy with the solution and I'm happy with the output.
Excellent, great to hear that. In fact, there are a lot of efficiencies that you have brought into the system through all the offerings that you have deployed. Just for the benefit of the audience, would we be able to talk to the kind of changes that these transformations have brought into your team structure?
Sure. So I think as we got started, our team was divided into 3 tiers, basically, tier 1, 2, and 3, where tier 1 used to handle all the queries coming in from the customers. They were the first point of contact. All the simplest of queries used to go to them. I think that tier 1 role has been taken up by our help center and the chatbot, and even on the email as well, we have an auto response system where we can detect the intent and probably present the articles accordingly. So I think that part is more or less taken care by by AI. And the focus for my team members now is to become a product expert, become process expert, so that they can focus on the more difficult queries, probably the complaints or escalations part, where we need to empathize, where we need to spend time with the customer, probably own the customer issues, become customer advocate, go to the relevant teams and get the issue resolved for them.
Yeah, excellent. Great to hear that. So yeah, obviously we can definitely see a cost center being translated over to a revenue generating, cycle.
Right.
Yeah, so great insights. Thank you so much for that, Sandeep. And thanks everyone for joining us today. Really appreciate your time and attention. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll request Mr. Akash to please join us on stage to present the speaker certificate to both our speakers, to Mr. Sandeep as well as Ms. Shilpa. And I'll once again request all the delegates on the stage to please come together for a group photograph, please. Thank you. Thank you so much once again. Well, that was a very interesting fireside chat as well. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we now come close to the final panel discussion of the day, and it's going to be yet another fascinating discussion indeed. And it is all about building that customer-first brand to our consumers. And I thought, this is when I was going through the agenda, I thought, what would it be for me, thinking as a consumer or a customer myself, what would it be for the brands that I'm engaging with, for them to, make me feel special or make it personalized for me? And that's the exact question that we will be addressing at this point in time on the stage. So yes, it means making everything feel personal, from the products that customers buy to the service they use, and from the way the products are designed to how employees speak to the customers. I think it's end to end at the end of the day. It's not just about buying the product or engaging that service. It's that last mile delivery that we talk about. It's still that very end that truly matters. So customer first is truly important, but while that makes the painful feel painless, the complex seems simple and every moment feel intuitively right. When customers feel valued, the brands feel valuable to them as well. So knowing what your customers want is the first very step to successfully becoming a customer-first brand, and the answer is in the data in itself. So firms, by the way, are leaning heavily to maximize those important insights, and while it has never been particularly easy to predict what customers will think and want at any given point in time, taking steps to truly understand who they are and what their wants are at the end of the day, and their needs are, their desires are, is paramount in this immediate satisfaction culture. We spoke about instant gratification recently, and that's what it is all about. What do your customers want at the end of the day? And are you able to prioritize that for them to ensure that they're always engaging in your brand? That's a question that will be answered in our final panel discussion here at the Conclave, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, finally, I would request you to once more go ahead and also engage on in the conversations offline using hashtag TMCX Transformation. I hope you have continued doing that, and please continue sharing your thoughts and ideas as well as the conversations happening here on social media, be it LinkedIn, Twitter, or Instagram as well. So yes, our final panel discussion is transitioning towards intelligent customer experience through data-driven insights. That's what the key is all about. And let's go ahead and finally have all the speakers join us on stage. All right, so it looks like the stage is set. So we already have the screen set where you can see all the speakers who will be joining us now for our final panel discussion at the conclave. So let's go ahead and let's have them join us on stage. We've got some fantastic insights that will be coming out straight in our final panel discussion as well. All right, looks like the team is happy. I love how the team is giving this direction, and I like how the team is getting it all set for our final panel discussion as well. Clearly, I think we are doing that job of personalizing it and creating that experience for our speakers who are going to join us. I see the team smiling, which means that's my sign, that's my cue to go ahead and call the speakers on the stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and invite our speakers, starting with the Chief Digital Officer for Century Ply. We have Bhargav Datta. Could we have a huge round of applause, because this is our final panel discussion, yet the insights will continue here at the conclave. Joining us next, the Head of Customer Experience for Borosil, we have Jyoti Arora. Coming up next, we have the Vice President for IT, Restaurants, Brands, Asia, we have Manoj Gupta. Next up, we have the Senior Vice President, Customer Support and Service for People Interactive. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Nilesh Borgarkar. And next up, we have the Chief Data Analytics Officer for IDBI Bank. We have Vivek Zarkade. And yes, the claps can continue because I think we have all the speakers joining us. Could we have all of you cheer for all our speakers joining us? We also have with us the Head of CS Experience for Excellence, IMEA Region, Henkel. We have Vishwanathan Rajamanikam. And to moderate the session, we have with us the Director of Customer Strategy and Design, Deloitte India. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Mr. Kaushik Bose. All right. So a lot of industry experts joining us. This is a final panel discussion, and I'm totally looking forward to the insights here. Mr. Bose, I'll hand it over to you, please.
Okay, last session of the day is what I know this is, so I'll just quickly dive into it. And this probably is for all of our panelists that we have here. A data-driven CX ecosystem is basically a beautiful interplay between people, partners, and platforms. Irrespective of the level of automation that we see in the customer service domain right now, even if you have conversational bots to the customer service, customers will still need to go ahead and talk to people. That want will always be there, and when they speak to people, they speak to customer service agents, they will expect that the customer service agent understands and has the context of the conversation, even if the conversation started from the bot and then finished at the contact center or the customer service agent. So in that background, or with that background, how do you think people, partners, and platforms will actually be intertwined with each other and help you build a good or a world-class CX ecosystem? And this is for all of you. Maybe anybody can go ahead and take a shot.
So, can I take that?
Yes, absolutely.
So, I personally feel that, we say that data is today's oil, right? But I feel that data can be gold and data can be garbage as well. And it all depends on how data is used. Most importantly, when we are talking about automation and we are talking about AI, data needs to be used to figure out that one point where the customer starts disengaging from your platform. And that is where the failure has to happen to human. And that probably is the biggest challenge every company faces today, who are investing so much in automation and AI. Having said that, I definitely feel that for that unified view is required, wherein not just data but even insights should cut all the silos and should be shared across all the departments, where I personally feel that it should be a shared experience and it should be shared learnings. which are coming out of your data. Otherwise, what happens is, your truth for marketing is different, customer's truth for marketing is different, and the truth for salesperson is different and service person is different. So first of all, the source of that truth needs to be the same for everybody, and that has to be shared equally to everybody.
Sure. Anybody else? Yeah, Parker.
Yeah, just to add on some points from my industry's perspective. Same data can be used in different contexts for people in different segments, right? We have internal people, my organization's employees and stakeholders. Then I have my end consumer, like you and me, who buys my product. And then we have this channel partner ecosystem. So now the creation of that connected ecosystem, combining all these three aspects of people side, but having the same commonality of data, right? So how we can bifurcate or personalize that data insights to these three segments of people, and then contextualize the insight for their use eventually, so which will be beneficial for them as well as for me. For end consumer like you and me, if I can understand, like the gentleman mentioned, when they go out of my system, right? The people who, let's say, comes to my website and check my e-shop and all, but then they may not find something and they go out. If I capture that information, that will give me an idea about, okay, what certain type of people in certain demography, what they are looking forward to. And that information will be helpful for my internal stakeholders, that what we are lacking, right? And from that, how the product portfolio can be manufactured. And from there, how we can then translate that information, knowledge to my channel partner, that, okay, in this area, you have this much of opportunity to tap in, and this is what offerings we are giving to you. Go about that. So that connected ecosystem, if you can build, then it will be a win-win situation for everyone. So that is my perspective in this case.
Sure. Thank you, Bhargav. Anybody else? Any initial comments?
See, specifically in our business, specifically when we are talking about restaurant business, as what rightly sir said, like not every data is important, because some data is because unprocessed data is a waste of data. Data doesn't mean like just a basic data. You need to have information. So it's not basically data. It's basically processed data. We call it as information. And generally, what happens, like when you, as a restaurant business, when you actually talking to customer directly, and imagine like if you don't have any information about the customer, you're talking to a stranger. When you're talking to a stranger, you feel like okay, he will follow the process, he will follow the guidelines, he will just follow the SOP. But that's not the way that we want to do it. We want to run a business, okay? Look here, so business for us is like, you need to understand the data. You need to understand, and in our business, it's a completely people-driven business, okay? Restaurant is basically people-driven business. But they need a right platform to serve to the customer. So right amount of data, on the right time, is very important. So that is where platform works. I know that platform is going to play a very big role. So, imagine like Kaushik is coming to my restaurant and I'm like saying, "Hi Kaushik, how are you? Would you like to?" And you order something last time. This, do you want to continue or do you want something else? We have something more options. Kaushik will feel delighted. Kaushik will feel like, okay, now they know me and then they have a right information about me because they have all my journey till date. So I believe just not unprocessed data. I think we need to have a right processed data. That is critical for a business. And that is what my view in terms of when you are talking about platform, people and partners.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll go with one point here. See, all the other examples given was about B2C sort of business where you are not knowing the customer or dealing directly with the customer. In our case, we are in B2B business where we are dealing with a big organization where you're not having one person. There is one decision maker, there is a different person who's going to use, there is a different advisor. Like that, there is a different people involved in the buying. So in our process, what we do is, we do the customer journey mapping first we understand what really touch points we have and what customer looks as a value. So it differs. It's like consumer, if you're selling a product, you can easily say that, but it's like you are having a full journey and you are engaged with them, it's like a marriage. Like, it's not about only the transaction, it's also how they think, how they execute. Everything is important, not only the touch points. So we do the customer journey mapping, and also we segregate or personalize the services in terms of map the customer. Like, okay, what type of different portfolios we handle with, like who are the decision maker, who are the people technically take a decision, who does the commercial decision. So we have to have all those mapping and have our services or connects in such a way that we handle it carefully. And then we talk about preparing our processes and customer service teams in terms of mindset, in terms of customer-centric attitude, how do we handle that? And then comes the technology, like what type of platform, what type of tools should help, how do we bring all the aspects of their interactions into their experience. When the customer service person is talking to the person, how you get all the information available readily so that you are able to talk to them with a lot of information to them. So all these things in a sequence, if you put it, it finally ends up with a great experience for the customer. People, process, and as well as platform comes into the picture very clearly. And clearly, it's like technology should be used very selectively, which is relevant for us, which will add value. Otherwise, there are a lot of fancy good things, but it may not add value to your scenarios and situations. So it's very important to adapt and use it very effectively, and relevant things implemented in a right way makes a lot of difference. It's not about the cost.
Yeah, so there are two things are very important. One is single source of truth, another is one source of either one tool of a communication. What we have, or companies have, that they have a customer 360 degree or customer one view, but that is not consisting all the informations. We have to see that in your customer 360 degree, you have a complete information of the customer, not only about his contactability data, other than that, what would be the best product you can pitch to them, or how many calls has been already done, how many times they have complained, and how the customer care taken care of their complaints. So that all information should flow in your customer 360 degree. And from there, whenever you are sending any communication, that should be only one tool. Like if you have a CRM or any other tool that have your all sales, service and complaint module. If you have all the three modules at same place, it's very easy for you to track that what exactly going around the customer, where exactly how many times we pitch to them, what customer wants from us. And then you have your AI and data science model, which can be integrated with that, your CRM systems, and throwing informations which can be useful for your customer care executives or your chatbots to serve proactively to your customers.
Thank you. Jyoti?
Right. So I'll take a little diversion from chatbots and AI and do more field and maybe sales and how sales services customers, right? So we do a lot of offline sales. A major part of our business actually comes from retail stores. And we have a full-fledged team of salespeople who align to different retail stores, right? So for them, they are the customers. So if I am a sales guy and I want to get business out of a particular retailer, then he's my customer because I need him to buy and I need him to kind of give me the business. At the same time, I also need to ensure that if that guy has any constraints with the material that's come in, maybe the billing's not happened or there's some dead stock that he's received or something like that, then I'm aware of those situations and I'm able to cater to them so that I can generate better business. So that's the kind of servicing I'm talking about, considering everybody else has spoken about B2C already. So here what we really try and do is we build an in-house system wherein you put sales data definitely, that obviously is there for the sales guy, but at the same time you also build in all the complaints and concerns that the dealer or the distributor has, probably raised in the past 15 days, 20 days, a month, and where we are on those complaints. Maybe if it was something that was lacking from service, has that got done? Maybe the material has not reached him, so has that got done? So what that essentially does is, right, it gives them a very holistic view to say, I need to visit this guy tomorrow and say that, you need to start billing me for Diwali, but if he's going to ask me queries about, have you resolved my complaints, what am I going to do about it? So it's more informative there, and he's able to go speak to the guy, also tell him, listen, these are the concerns you gave me, or these are the concerns you raised with the platform. This is what's resolved. These are pending, and I have a timeline for you for resolution. and now maybe we can talk business. So that kind of also helps you get confidence of the retailer that, you're not only wanting to do business with him, you're also here to service, and that kind of brings, fosters in a better relationship.
Sure, thank you. I think customer experience for now is pivoting around two main concepts around personalization and customization. Customization for the customer, which is giving the ability and the freedom to the customer to, monitor or modulate the requirements as per his or her requirements. But on the personalization side, it is about brands giving the importance to customers in terms of how we understand them for their unique requirements, for the unique needs, and therefore position the overall product or the service, more efficiently to them. So on the background of that, Bhargav, if I may ask you, how do you think data and insights that you generate in your organization for your customers is really helping you to pivot around these two areas, which is around customization and personalization?
Yeah. Let me give you one maybe 30-second context before I get into there. So in terms of our customer profile. So we deal with end consumers, as I mentioned already. Then we also have our channel partners who are also our customers. Then we also have another set of customers whom we call them influencers, like architects and interior designers. Because our product ultimately goes into homemaking, and anything inside you can see, mostly it will be our product in majority of cases in India. Now, considering this different distinct segment of customers, and then how we can personalize accordingly. So that is the question. Now, coming to end consumers, like you and me. So for them, when they make a home, it's like a once-in-a-lifetime kind of situation, right? And our endeavor is to understand their needs. Now, the needs can be two aspects. One is the needs whom they know they want it, but then there could be some needs they also do not know, right? How we can also get into that aspect. Then only I can create the differentiating factor for that end consumer, for my organization, for my products, as against my competitors, right? So that is the philosophy we try to work with. Now, from that perspective, we also get, of course, we have historical, definitely quite a bit of historical data in our ecosystem, and which we can definitely tap, understand the overall learning from the demography of my consumer profile and all, to what typically they look forward to, how people in Mumbai perceive some color or some material as against people in Delhi or Bangalore, considering the cultural aspect, considering the day-to-day use aspect, as well as weather, right? So all these things. So based on all these things, what kind of product portfolio they might be looking into, and which a kind of a need they also need and we also need, and then how we can tap into that need, personalizing to that particular consumer. That is one aspect, the first aspect. Now coming to the second aspect, the unmet need, right? Now that is where now there's this new age technology like Gen AI and all these things can play a big role. Now what we have observed, because everyone is getting exposed to all these things, so they also try to experiment with all this technology by themselves itself to understand what else is there for their liking or not liking. Same thing we also try to push from our side as well. How we try to do it? We are trying to provide an ecosystem or platform kind of concept for my end consumer through a digital means, of course. And then when they come to our platform and experiment with their need, first of all, of course, they want to, they are going to make a new home. That is one first, of course, that is why they are coming up. Then they typically sometimes they come with their own perception, what kind of product, what kind of design, what kind of color they would like to. And through that, they try to experiment. Now from there, my back-end AI engine can play a role from the generative part itself. Okay, you are looking at this, why don't you also try from this perspective as well, right? And at the same time, I have the ecosystem, we are in the process of building an ecosystem to understand on the go who is coming to my platform. And from there, his behavior and his past behavior, we have some bit of profiling we know what that person could could be interested in. And based on that, and what he is looking or he or she looking into, then we also try to provide those alternate suggestive options. Okay, so this is also you may look like, right? So those kind of personalization aspect we are trying to build in for this end consumer ecosystem perspective. Then comes my other customers, which are my channel partners, all the dealers, distributors, and all. For them, it's more about doing dhanda. So how much more they can make, right, by working with us. Now for that, but that is every organization is doing the same thing. Our competitors also trying to do the same thing with them. We are also trying to do the same thing with them. But what all that differentiating factor that we can bring in by some more personalization, that is the, again, objective here as well, right? So in terms of those differentiating perspective, like let's say, take example for architects kind of profile. They are not bothered about whether I am using this company product or that company product. They will be bothered about, okay, I am giving you this design. Probably this is your budget. This may look good for your type of personality and your type of interest. And you can choose out of this product company portfolio, whatever you want to choose. That is probably, he will typically doesn't endorse any particular organization's product. But now question is that how we can influence him also portray our product in term while he is doing the design. He may not directly tell the consumer that, okay, go for this, but he may be using our product portfolio in his design to show the customer, end consumer, and that might give a trigger for having another sales revenue generation from us, right? So now to make that differentiating factor for those architects profile, what we are trying to bring in, kind of personalization in terms of giving them ability to do the design in our platform ecosystem itself, which can be uploaded in their technology ecosystem as well, because everyone has AutoCAD and all these things that does all the designing. How that connected ecosystem they can bring from their system to our system, so that they become, it's the same, they feel like it is the same kind of ecosystem eventually, right? So that is like a value proposition for him. And from that value proposition, he might get influence to use my product in his design, in showcasing the end consumer. So that is how indirectly we are trying to provide a customer personalization aspect to bring in influence our product portfolio to final end consumer. So these are the areas we are trying to do, and I can keep on giving more examples, but probably.
Thank you so much for that, Bhargav. I think the other thing which the customer experience world is also tackling with right now is the need for customers to be given the service on an omni-channel way. That's the buzzword that we all know customers want. While the physical world, the retail world offers texture to the service, the digital world helps you sell to the masses and goes to the pin codes where maybe even a physical product cannot go. And therefore, there is a lot of data that gets churned because of the fact that now organizations have to focus both on the retail as well as the online channels and multitude of other channels that are now coming up with respect to offering the service. So with that background, Jyoti, if I may ask you, at Borosil, you have a similar structure where you sell offline, you sell online, and you have a lot of data that comes out and gets churned from the CRM systems. How do you actually use this data in your organization to, one, build the experience that you want to give to your customers, and two, how do you ensure that the customers also resonate back to the brand with the service that you actually design using this particular data?
Right. So I think servicing offline and maintaining a very standardized experience is difficult because, every retailer would probably deal with the customer in his own way. So what we're gradually trying to do is, since we have a very defined system for online servicing, like there's a helpline and there's a chatbot and there are other channels that are available. What we've essentially now started doing is talking to our sales and also the retailers directly to be saying that, when a customer comes into you and says that he wants to probably get his mixer serviced, or maybe his bottle's not maintaining the temperature or the bottle's cracked or something like that, direct them to be able to come and register all those complaints online. There are QR codes available at all their retail stores, a very simple desktop QR code. The moment the customer scans, the WhatsApp chatbot opens, and the very, very simple flow to register a complaint, right? Now, what this essentially helps is standardizes, one, what will the retailer commit, not commit to the customer. For example, he might say, okay, your appliance is broken, I'm going to charge you for this. Whereas maybe in warranty, if I do it at the centralized level, I might probably not charge the customer. So again, different ways of dealing with the customer. So we're taking away the pain of servicing the customer from the retailer and pushing it to the brand. So the best way to do this, or one of the improvised ways again, is, as I mentioned, right, we've put QR codes at every retailer store. So we've been very clearly communicating to them that, let them come to the bot, let them put in their complaint. There are sources at the back-end and channels where these complaints get pushed to. There are dedicated service teams who then speak to the customer, look at replacements, look at servicing the product. So it's a very standard designed process. Obviously, we're not like 100% there because we have thousands of retailers and distributors across, right? But this is the channel and strategy that we are adopting. And we actually seen better results. Like today, a lot of customers who would have bought offline, right? They directly call the customer support, which is the online support, and they'll categorically tell you that, I bought from this store here, but I thought, I'll call you for support. So the whole orientation with the customer also is that if I deal with the brand directly, I will have a better experience when it comes to the issue being resolved. So I think that's where we are kind of gradually succeeding in getting a unified experience.
Thanks, Chaudhary. Manoj, in the QSR world that we are seeing right now, the way it has actually gone ahead and transformed the overall hospitality industry is stupendous. From 10-minute delivery apps that we have, or we are all used to now, we are seeing some pilots of 10-minute delivery of food also, and not just commodities only. People or customers are expecting food to be delivered to you in 10 minutes. So time and the speed of service is obviously of very good relevance and very important aspect for the customer to decide who does he want to go and seek the service from. So on that background, how does your organization use data or leverage data to ensure that there is consistency in not just performance, but you keep delivering on the speed promise that you give to your customers?
Correct. You rightly pointed out, speed of service. That is the core strength of the business.
Right.
Because our business is to the burger. I don't know if you know, Burger King is something that we are working. Okay. So our business is to burger. So burger is something that you want to eat fresh. Correct. You don't want to eat soggy burger. You want to eat fresh burger. You want to eat warm, hot burger. So that is where the speed of service is the core strength of the business that we want to. Of course, we are constantly thriving to improve our business. So yeah. So see, your question into two parts I will divide into. One is like before delivering to the customer, okay, and then after delivery to the customer. Because both aspect is equally important for us as a business to handle it, the customer, end to end. So before the business, like, when the ecosystem that we build, because we have online, offline, both channels, and we have a separate set of customer who actually want to order from online. There is a separate customer who likes to come to the restaurant and they would like to have experience in our restaurants. So that's a different, customer segment and different experience as well, of course. So one thing what we want to always do is like we want to create a synergy between the platform, okay, whether it is online or offline. Of course, we have the traditional way of doing the billing, like when you go to the offline business, there is a POS counter, you go to the POS counter, you order something, you feel like pressurizing, correct? Sometimes you feel like, okay, there are 2-3 people are standing and behind you, and then the crew member or the staff is pushing you, so do you like to add more cheese, do you like to blah, blah, then you feel like, okay, what he's asking, okay, give me everything, okay? And then you end up probably paying less or more, you don't feel it. Or you feel like, okay, I just order something, I don't know what I ordered. So that was one way of looking into it. Because some people still want to do that, because some people still feel like, okay, that is convenient for me to do that. But other way, what we are also working, we are working to like creating a digital, we are cannibalizing that business into the digital business. I'm talking about only the offline part, okay? When you go to the restaurant, so there is now we are doing like what, Pooja mentioned, like we have a QR code. You scan the QR code, you can order from your mobile itself. So you don't have to actually go to the counter. And we are also implementing the like self-ordering kiosk, SOK that we call. I think everyone is moving it after COVID. So here, what we are trying to do it, we want to change the business model from self-service to table service. And it's basically a huge change because as a customer, I want like customer should feel keen when it's coming to my restaurant. And when you feel like, okay, I'm sitting my desk on my table, I order something, and I'm expecting someone to come to me on time and deliver me the food on time. That is the whole ecosystem has to work. So what we did so we ensure whether you are ordering from your mobile, you're ordering from your SOK, we try to keep the same flow, what you have the flow on your POS. The generally customer don't know it. And you don't believe me, this offline, or I would say the digital offline business, it helping a business because it actually improves the overall APC because customer get their own time to choose the product. Okay, they feel like, okay, I have enough time to select my product. I can design, I can I can probably add, so there is upsell, cross-sell, I don't have to do it. It automatically happens because customer feel like, okay, I have all options in front of me. And they have enough time to even choose it. And they feel like, okay, this is good time and I can buy probably, enough. And that is where the APC is also improving, your overall business is also growing. Now coming back to your table service, like when you're talking about table service, so like when you feel like customer is coming to you, you order something, you eat something, now again you want to eat something, okay? You suddenly realize, okay, I want to order some more Pepsi, probably more fries. You don't want to go again in the queue and do the ordering, correct? So that is where the QR code is helping us to even, cannibalize that business there. So that is one way of offline. So that's the customer service that we are trying to give as much as possible. Now coming back to the online. See, online, again, similar app, you order it, but again, there is an ecosystem that we have built within the system so that when you're ordering the food, we know who's my customer because you have all the information about the customer. That is the benefit of having the online business. Okay? You have all the information about the customer. You know what customer likes, dislikes, whatever his last feedback, comments, all that information, you have it in your systems, correct? So this data is available. I think more or less every QSR has this information right now. So when you know who's the customer who's coming to you and ordering from your online channel, where exactly he's currently sitting and from what exactly he want, our idea is to how quickly we can deliver the food. And then once you deliver the food, it is not like you deliver the food, your checkbox, you're clean. It's not like you're buying a box, you bought a box, leave it. Now there is a after-sale service. That is equally important I was talking about, correct? So when you deliver the food and your customer suddenly realize, okay, I've got wrong food. It may happen because there's a business, some business do some mistakes sometimes. So you got a wrong food or you are highly depending on the 3PL partner who is actually delivering the food, exactly what, you don't know how actually is going to carry the food. So everything can be happened. Now, the instant gratification is play a big role here. How exactly it plays a big role? Because the moment that you realize, okay, I've got something wrong and I'm not happy about my food, how do I quickly get, connect to my customer or my customer care and I get an immediate response? See, not like other business, we can't wait for 24 hours to respond to you, correct? Something you order, you are hungry, you want to eat something, you want to eat now. You can't wait for another 24 hours, 12 hours to somebody will revert back to you. So that is where the instant gratification is playing very big role for us. Of course, chatbots, we keep learning the chatbot. There is a lot of learn, relearn, unlearn, everything that we keep doing into the chatbot. That is where it's helping us a lot. So business point of view, from the offline instant gratification, it's also very critical because then you know when you're, so you order something, you got wrong food, now you want to complain to the customer and complaint has to go to the specific restaurant. It cannot go to the centralized customer care, correct? Because the guy, the store who's going to serve you, they are the one who's also going to, revert back to you. So that is where the entire ecosystem has to be created, and that is where we need to have a proper information about this data, so that we can respond to the customer immediately, rather than because that is the time where you can able to capture the customer and give them a delightful experience.
Sure. Thanks, Manoj. I'll probably give you or narrate an incident that I just went through today morning on my way to the Mumbai airport, and this happened at the Delhi airport today morning. This is a leading bank, and I'll not name the bank for obvious reasons, but this is a bank for whom I wanted to go and apply a credit card for. I already have a credit card with this particular bank, but out of just curiosity and the fact that I had some time at the airport in Delhi, I just approached the credit card desk at the Delhi airport and inquired about the multitude of credit card options that were available for me to go and pick from. Interestingly, the salesperson on the counter did not have any background about my information, that I'm already an existing credit card holder of the very same bank, and actually asked me for the same information in various shapes and forms. Whether I have a credit card with the bank, do I have any credit card with any other bank, credit limit, and whatnot. So at least 7 or 8 questions before I made up my mind, and I was quite convinced with the product that was sold to me, and I eventually went ahead and enrolled for the second credit card also for the same bank. But what it made me feel was that there was information already lying with the bank and for me as a customer. So the salesperson who was behind the counter should ideally be already having this information and use that information or use that data to basically customize the pitch that he was making to me, rather than taking the time that he eventually did, asking the questions and the answers that I gave, and then give the solution or the actual credit card that he wanted to pitch for me as a customer. So I thought that there are a lot of organizational silos of data that are existing within organizations, but are not really passed to one another, and therefore leads to a, I would say, subpar experience that you are giving to your end customer. So on the same lines, Nilesh, if you can maybe give an example or just tell us how in your organization you are focusing on ensuring that these silos don't form, these are broken, and then data can actually flow in very, very freely to ensure that a good experience is being delivered.
So in our organization, obviously data is important, and our organization is unique in a way that we are actually selling hope, right? We are selling relationships, and probably this is the only product which is going to change somebody's life. So people, just for the people's knowledge, I represent Shadi.com. And
it did change my life. I got hooked through Shadi.com.
So thanks for that. So so likewise, I keep getting success stories whenever I go, wherever I go. But just answering to your question, our organization is a big advocate of single source of truth, number one. So for us, entire customer lifecycle journey is full of data. Behavior, what that person is doing, entire demographics, everything. And then what we do is we have created personas of customers, and these personas are obviously available for all the departments. And then, as I said, that the truth, is derived for each department. For example, as far as marketing is concerned, so marketing knows beforehand, because of the data, that what kind of acquisition is required to get serious customers on the platform. We obviously don't want fraudsters and casual customers on the platform, while sales gets another insight where they know that out of 100 customers acquired, probably they need not call all 100, but they need to call maybe 50 or 60 odd customers who have propensity to pay. Once they are paid, means for example, the profiles which are posted by parents, or profiles where members are approaching their 30s, they are more likely to get converted into paid memberships. So these are some of the insights which we have already got over the years. So basis that, obviously the data is sliced further. Once they become paid member, then the customer service department has their share of truth, wherein they know beforehand that at this particular stage of their life cycle, they are likely to get or face these kind of problems. And therefore, they trigger a proactive service there. And as far as possible, 70-80% of their problems are solved through the help center. and then whatever remains, that then, is solved through the contact center.
Great, great. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Vivek, I'll come to you. I think today's customer is not just informed, but the customer is also engaged and connected. I say connected because we are in the mobile world. We are in the mobile first world, so the customers also think like that. But because of that phenomena, what we are also seeing is customers are actually traversing through channels, traversing through different routes, and eventually buying the service that you have or the product that you have. So what this will actually lead organizations in a situation will be a situation of total, I would say, undecisiveness, because you have no idea where the customer is coming from, and there is so much of data lying or the insight behind that particular data that you can actually use to for your own benefit, and how you can streamline the customer's journey with the service or the offering that you may want to have as an organization. So with that background, how do you think IDBI Bank, where you work and deal with this, are helping your customers with forming a 360-degree view of the information that is coming from various channels, from various experiences that you're delivering to your customers? And how do you use that data to actually ensure you are delivering a good experience to the bank's customer?
Yeah, sure. First, I would like to, the case which you discussed where you, at airport, what happens to you, but actually it should not happen, because there is a one customer ID we create for all the customers. Either it is related with your email ID or your registered phone number. So if any customer care executive or any person who is offering you a loan or credit card, they can just enter your phone number, register phone number or customer ID, and they can get all your information.
Correct.
One click. So ideally that should not happen, but I don't know how it happens. Okay. So coming to the point, basic problem in the banks that we have all the departments work as a different company here.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, they generate that kind of a revenue. So that's why they work like that. And data resides in the silos. Creating that one customer 360 degree or one view of a customer data is a really challenge for us, because connecting all the systems, most of the systems are legacy systems, and then we have some regulatory guidelines. Based on all these restrictions, fetching a data into one system and then create a customer 360 is a big challenge. Still, we do it because, and another challenge that you have some metrics which you cannot take into the cloud. So these are some basic challenges which we face in the bank, but still we do that. Somehow we manage to create customer 360 degree, and we are creating that customer segmentation on that. Once that is ready, we try to create a behavior analytics on that, patterns from that, like if any customer who is more traveling is preferring a travel a lot, so we can try to push a credit card which is giving more benefits on a credit card side, or someone is a more foodie kind of person and regular visiting a restaurant, so we try to push products which are cards or products which are more related to the restaurant and give benefits to them. And we try to connect geolocations with our cards. If person is in some particular area and some offer is going on, we can immediately give them the push notifications. On their mobile apps also, and with the help of notifications, we can provide the information to that which is the best product for them from the perspective of a banking loan, or from insurance perspective. Any insurance company is connected with you, so we can tell them on behavior that which is the best product for them. Again, with some patterns, we can also try to identify, which is the most important for banks as well, to identify the frauds. So based on the patterns in a real-time basis, we can block the transactions. And you can imagine that when we blocking any transaction, we need only 2 milliseconds, because in hardly in 3 seconds, your transactions get approved. So outputs and infra is like that it can support you, and your data science or AI output need to be in 2 milliseconds. So that kind of information we are providing to customers. based on their requirement, which is the best loan for them. And on a real-time basis, suppose you are my customer, and if you're going to any other bank and try to take any home loan or auto loan, immediately on a real-time basis, that trigger comes to me that your customer is looking out for some loan, some kind of product. And then we can send that information to their relationship manager, and they immediately contact customers, right, that to say, sir, your documentation, everything is with us, and we can offer you at XYZ%. So that kind of analysis and customization already given by us to our customers.
Great. Thanks, Vivek, for that. Vishy, I'll come to you. As consultants that I am and the area that I belong to in the professional world, we come across a lot of clients and organizations across various industries and domains where we see in the overall digital, I would say, overall digital maturity, there is a lot of difference that we observe between one organization to the other. What we've also realized, and I have myself realized this in the past 2 years that I've been working in consulting, is that various functions and various departments within organizations are at different sort of automations and different sort of digital maturity. For example, maybe sales and marketing in an organization will be at a higher automation level. But if I go ahead and talk to the finance team or the operations team or even the customer services team, we see that there is less amount of automation and their maturity in terms of digitization is not that great. So in that realm or in that context, in an organization which will be always at different sort of digitizations across functions, how do you ensure that that symphony is maintained where there is still data which is getting passed between the organizations, but if you are looking at an organization to mature and evolve in the overall digital maturity, in this context, how do you ensure that that symphony is maintained and data travels between functions effortlessly?
Yeah, as I tell in B2B scenario, for our life cycle of any transaction varies from even 3 to 4 months of time from source country to planning, transportation and everything. So customer ordering and waiting for such a long time on a specific specialized product, etc. So it becomes all the more important in our scenario to have a seamless systems to back our performance at all levels. So how we handle it is really a big challenge and a very pertinent question for us. So as I was mentioning, like all our technology investment or the getting different teams up to speed is very much top driven. So there is a customer prioritization or the customization or the customer wise, the segmentation has been done and top down. So if I have to tell, like globally, there are 3 KPIs are there. Every organization will have a growth and profit. The next immediate KPI globally for every function is customer service in terms of service level. So this is always there. Customer is a core of everything what we do, but it was there in the vision. But in terms of KPI, it was not set. Maybe in last 4 years back, it was revised the strategy from top down. It happened. So that was one important thing. So whatever decision we take in terms of technology, in terms of investment, in terms of enhancing the collaboration, so customer experience was kept in the purpose. So that was one thing which helped us to bring multiple teams together and invest on those technologies which really matters to the delivering the experience. So it may be an investment on a planning, but it is seen like, is there a real value for the customer? So this type of gatekeeping, which helps us to invest right place at a right technology at a right time. So for example, in customer service, we have invested on the service cloud, which has helped us bring a lot of 360-degree view. And another aspect is it's not like I invest one in India, another country, I do something else. So even as an organization where we are present more than 150 countries, the similar systems are there rolled out across. So that brings a lot of learning. We do one place a pilot and roll it out other place, and a lot of learnings we have. So these are the ways where the horizontal deployment and cross learning and purpose-driven technology enhancements and everything, that helps us to bring all the team together as a single purpose. Yeah. So that's how we take it up.
Sure. Thanks, Vishy. We'll probably wrap it up. Maybe one final thought from all of you on how do you think data-driven insights is going to help in overall customer experience? Just a single line. Bhargav, maybe you can go ahead with your final comment.
Yeah, so we are all we are living in a world that data is everywhere, right? And it's like how we can use it eventually for my need of customers, personalization, hyper-personalization. Actually, how we can go to hyper-personalization. That is the main focus at this moment.
Hyper-personalization.
Yes.
So I think that's the key one. Jyoti, for you?
I think what's the orientation to the data? I think orientation is again a very important aspect, right? I could have lots and lots of data, but if I don't have the orientation to slice and dice it and do the takeaways and action it, then it's actually of no use. So I think orientation again is very important.
Okay, Manoj.
See, I feel like the integration within the systems, like across, whether it is online, offline, is very important, because then only you'll be able to leverage all the information, and you'll be able to cater the, like, as a customer in every business segment. That's what I feel.
I feel synthesizing the data is very important as per every department's need, and that is what we are following.
Okay.
I think a single source of truth and hyper-personalization.
I would say human touch will be very important.
Human touch, yeah. Great. Thank you so much, my dear panelists, for all the inputs that you gave us. Thank you so much, audience, for listening to us. I hope this was insightful and we could be able to use this going forward in our experiences. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much once again. With that, I would like to invite Mr. Akash Tiwari back on stage to present the speaker certificates to all our speakers on the stage, please. First, I'd like to present it to Mr. Bhargav Datta. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was the final panel discussion for the day, where we had all the panelists share their insights. And I'm sure it was very, very engaging, and that was indeed our final panel discussion. Coming up next, we'd like to present the speaker certificate to Jyoti Arora. Next up to Mr. Manoj Gupta. And yes, we can keep that applause continuing. Always. Thank you. To Mr. Nilesh Burgarkar. Our next speaker certificate to Mr. Vivek Zakarde. To Mr. Vishwanathan Rajamanikam. And to Mr. Kaushik Bose. We once again thank all the panelists for those rich insights, and we request all of you to come together for a group photograph, please. So that was our final panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, on transitioning towards intelligent customer experience through data-driven insights. We really hope you have enjoyed, as well as taken back with you, those amazing insights and engaging conversations that have stemmed from this particular conclave today. Thank you so much once again to all our speakers on the stage. Thank you. All right, and with that, after all those panel discussions, fireside chats, and those presentations, we now come to something that's hugely, hugely anticipated, and I'm sure all of you are aware of what we are looking forward to coming up next. Masters of CX, ladies and gentlemen, is an exclusive industry recognition which celebrates companies that have thoughtfully crafted CX that is rooted in purpose, delivering experiences that are supercharged and impactful while being acutely focused on discovering and delivering on critical customer needs. These doyens of CX have led the way by tapping into a deep well of empathy and leveraging innovation to the fullest to deliver human-centric experiences supported by key enablers such as technology and analytics. So by getting the basic building blocks of CX right and adding a layer of innovative thinking in line with the demands of current consumer, these are the brands that have cut out the hyperbole and demonstrated hyper growth. So yes, we are now looking forward to Masters of CX, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a recognition. And with that, I would definitely expect all of you to continue with that round of applause as we recognize the companies that will be receiving the felicitations this evening. I think so. Before I go forward, are we ready, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, some noise. Are we ready? Yes, all right. So I'm sure all of us are ready to be felicitated and to also enjoy clapping and also applauding for all those who are being felicitated today, all the companies that are being felicitated today. All right, so without much further, let us begin to proceed with the recognition ceremony. I have the pleasure of inviting on stage, we have with us Mr. Rajesh Kupchandani, the co-founder and CEO of Team Marksmen Network, as well as Mr. Sanjay Gupta, MD and VP of South Asia and Middle East for NICE. Could we have both of you join us on stage, please? All right, it's now time to invite all the companies one by one who are the masters of CX. So I'm sure all of us are settled. So let's begin with the first company, ladies and gentlemen. Felicitating HDFC Life Insurance Company Limited. Could we have the members, the team members or the representatives from HDFC Life Insurance join us on stage and receive the felicitation. I think along with the applause, can we see all of you smile as well? Yeah, I can see some of you smile. Beautiful. Congratulations to HDFC Life Insurance. All right, so let's have the next company join us on stage, Lenovo India. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, LTI Mindtree. Could we have the team members from LTI Mindtree join us on stage to receive the felicitation? And the next company is a master of CX, ladies and gentlemen. We have Panasonic Electric Works India. Yes, could we have the team? Yes, all of you join us on stage. Good to have you all join us on stage to receive the felicitation. Panasonic Electric Works India, ladies and gentlemen. And let's have the next company join us, People Interactive, Shadi.com, ladies and gentlemen. A huge round of applause. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, Sutherland. Could we have the team members from Sutherland join us on stage to receive the felicitation, please? congratulations to all the companies. Coming up next, Tata Click, ladies and gentlemen. So that's Tata Click, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, Tata Consultancy Services, TCS, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we do have the team from Tata Consultancy Services. Please do join us on stage to receive the felicitation. And the felicitation continues, ladies and gentlemen. The next company is Tata Digital Private Limited. And we have the team members joining us to receive the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, Tata Pravesh. All right, a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have a few more companies to be felicitated as Masters of CX. And coming up right now is Tata Pravesh, the company Tata Pravesh. Next up, Tech Mahindra Limited, ladies and gentlemen. All right, you can see the team heading towards the stage to receive the felicitation, Tech Mahindra Limited. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, WNS Global Services. May we have the team from WNS Global Services join us on stage to receive the felicitation. Meanwhile, I would request all the winners to please join us back on stage for a group photograph, please. So all the representatives from the winning companies, I would request you all to join us back on stage for a group photograph, please. May I request all the representatives, ladies and gentlemen, from HDFC, Lenovo, LTI Mindtree, Panasonic, People Interactive, Sutherland, Tata Click, all the companies. I would also request you to remain on stage, please. From WNS, request you to remain on stage. We have a group photograph. All the winners, please join us on stage for a group photograph, please. Also Tata Click, Tata Consultancy Services, Tata Digital Private Limited, Tata Pravesh, Tech Mahindra, and WNS Global Services. One beautiful group photo of all the winning companies as Masters of CX. And could we have one final round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? That's all of them, all the Masters of CX, all the companies right up there. So that's the Masters of CX recognition ceremony, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it's amazing to watch all the teams, all the members receiving that felicitation on behalf of the companies who are doing a fantastic job when it comes to creating that beautiful customer experience. Once again, congratulating each and every one. Congratulations to all the companies and all the team members. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you once again. Congratulations once again to all the companies. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end of a wonderful event replete with insights. We have heard from savvy leaders and progressive-minded organizations about how technology and new age strategies can play a pivotal role in creating a customer experience unlike anything ever seen before. Now, this could well be the biggest growth opportunity to come along in decades, and that's because an exceptional customer experience is as good for companies as it is for customers. I hope today's deliberations have left you with much food for thought. Thank you so much for being with us. I'd like to thank all the delegates especially for being attentive and for participating in the conversations online as well. With that, we wish you a lovely evening ahead and our heartiest congratulations to all of you. This is me, Ramya Rao, signing off. Have a lovely evening ahead once again. Thank you so much.
In today's world, customer experience isn't just part of the business, it is the business. Every click, chat, call matters more than ever. But in this boundless CX reality, the challenges are immense. Disjointed systems, fractured journeys,